Chapter 40, Yi Futian was looking at Emperor Yi Qing with confusion. His godfather had used to tell him the same thing. He was curious why they had such high expectations for him. Yi Futian was looking at Emperor Yi Qing with confusion. His godfather had used to tell him the same thing. He was curious why they had such high expectations for him. His father had told him that he inherited his natal spirit from his ancestors. However, it was apparent that Emperor Yi Qing and the snow ape recognized his natal spirit. I would not even dare to think about becoming emperor. Could you please just tell me who I am? Yi Futian asked in a lowered voice. Child, you have to trust yourself. You are destined to be the emperor because of your natal spirit, Emperor Yi Qing said patiently. However, Yi Futian was dejected because he had not received a clear answer. As you're not waiting for me, I believe it's time for me to leave now. You are wrong. Emperor Yi Qing now looked at Yi Futian, full of kindness. I feel sad about meeting you in such a situation. However, no one would be more appropriate than you to inherit my power. Your treasures. You are giving me all of them? Yi Futian was surprised. Yes, my natal spirit, my original spells, and everything else. Emperor Yi Qing nodded. Could you please teach my friend your martial arts techniques? He was born to be a warrior. Yi Futian was thinking about Yu Sheng. He believed that Yu Sheng would be perfect for those techniques. Is his surname Yu? Emperor Yi Qing asked. How did you know that? Yi Futian was surprised. If you had not been born into this world, he would have carried my inheritance. However, since you are here, you deserve all of them. He was born into this world only to help you. Emperor Yi Qing rejected his suggestion. Yi Futian felt sad about this. He believed it was unfair to Yu Sheng. Child, there's not much time left for me, even though I want to see you grow up. Emperor Yi Qing's voice was low and sad. Yi Futian looked at him and asked, could you please tell me what the relation is between you and me? Emperor Yi Qing shook his head. He now looked at Yi Futian with kindness and a trace of sadness. Soon, the illusory figure of Emperor Yi Qing turned into a bright light, which shot toward Yi Futian's forehead. At that moment, Yi Futian felt a piercing mental power enter his head. His body was trembling because of the anguishing pain. This is already the third time. Yi Futian was disappointed, then lost consciousness. When he woke up again, Yu Sheng and Hua Fenglu were sitting beside him. They had both entered the statue. The snow ape and the monsters were guarding the outside. You are so lucky. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian. Xia Fan had summoned someone so powerful, an arcana plane swordsman, to seize the treasures of Emperor Yi Qing. They had even released the monster tide to attack the guardians of Qingzhou City. However, all that they had done had just helped Yi Futian in the end. Yi Futian smiled wryly, yet he was still confused and depressed about what had happened. He closed his eyes and entered his life palace. There was another natal spirit now in his life palace, the Storm of Eyes. The eyes were made up of total darkness, almost like a black hole. There was horrifying mental power inside the natal spirit. This new natal spirit came as a gift rather than a result of cultivation. Yi Futian had to admit that he was lucky. Soon after, he opened his eyes. The next moment, his eyes became as dark as the Storm of Eyes. A robust mental power was filling his eyes. Hua Fenglu was surprised by this new power granted to Yi Futian. He vaguely felt the sense of an emperor. His eyes then turned back to normal. Hua Fenglu asked him, Spirit Elemental? Yes, it's Beast Mastery. Yi Futian nodded. Besides the sorcerers of the 7 elements, there were some special mandate sorcerers. For example, Hua Fenglu specialized in music spells. There were also some beast masters. In fact, all these special sorcerers were categorized as mind controllers, who attacked their opponents with the mental power of the spirit elemental. So, Emperor Yi Qing was a beast master, Hua Fenglu mumbled. And he was a powerful cultivator in martial arts, Yi Futian remembered and added. Sorcerers specializing in mental power were powerful offensively. However, they had weak defenses. I guess that was why he enhanced his techniques with martial arts cultivation. That just made him perfect. Hua Fenglu nodded. Emperor Yi Qing was the legend who had unified the whole continent, so his talents must have been incredible, incomparable. Take your time to look through the treasures you have received. Just ignore us. Hua Fenglu was happy with Yi Futian's situation. Okay. Yi Futian closed his eyes, and then pieces of memories were swarming in his mind. He saw the dragon riding on the cloud, the bird flying over the sky, and the giant ape stomping on the earth. They were so real that Yi Futian almost felt like he could reach out and touch them. The dragon serves for my strength, the ape serves for my power, and the bird serves for my speed. I can make use of them and form my body to perfection. Yi Futian was shocked deep inside. He had already possessed the soul of the dragon, and now he was using freedom meditation to extract the souls of the ape and the bird. Gradually, the wind, earth and metal element powers raged around in his body, and new natal spirits began to show up in his life palace. Yi Futian finally understood why Emperor Yi Qing had let him inherit all the treasures rather than Yu Sheng. He had the rarest of talents, he could actually create new natal spirits on his own. Before long, he had 2 new natal spirits in his life palace. In his life palace, he already had many natal spirits other than the original world tree, the sun, the thunder dragon, the Guqin, the storm of eyes, the bird, and the ape. It was even more impressive that the natal spirit of the bird had 2 elements, which were wind and metal. After he opened his eyes, he looked at Hua Fenglu and Yu Sheng with confusion. What are you looking at? Hua Fenglu looked back curiously. He noticed that a weird smile had shown up on Yi Futian's face. Professor, I just have too many natal spirits in my life palace now. The treasures I received from Emperor Yi Qing were too powerful for me. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. He only had 1 natal spirit, and it was destroyed a long time ago. He pretended to be mad at Yi Futian. Get out of here. Yi Futian also started to laugh. He took a deep breath and said, You are also lucky, Professor, to have such a lucky son-in-law. Yu Sheng's notion about how shameless Yi Futian could be was reaffirmed entirely at that moment. As for Hua Fenglu, he almost wanted to kick Yi Futian's ass right now. During the next month, Yi Futian kept cultivating in the canyon of Mount Tianyao. The relentless monsters led by the snow ape locked down this area to make sure no one could approach Yi Futian. Yi Futian was practicing his skills on a bunch of demon beasts. A demon bull pounced toward Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian didn't even try to evade the attack. He headed straight on to the demon bull to counter the attack. While he was charging, the roar of the dragon came out of his body. He made a fist and punched the demon bull hard. That punch looked as if it was landed by the giant ape. With a loud thump, the demon bull was knocked away by that punch. Yi Futian didn't let the demon bull go that easily. His hands reached out to clamp down on the throat of the demon bull. The attack this time changed into another form. Yi Futian almost looked like he had wings and began flying with the movement of a bird. A demon panther also started to attack, but she missed Yi Futian because he was too fast. She saw the counterattack coming, but it was already too late to dodge it. Yi Futian's arms were like the wings of a bird, and his thunder-like strike left the demon panther with a deep wound on her body. The other monsters kept growling. They had been intimidated by Yi Futian. Now your body moves like a dragon, you are strong as an ape, and your speed is like the bird. You have made impressive progress during the last month. Hua Fenglu felt satisfied with his work. I am still so far away from the abilities of those true divine creatures. Yi Futian remembered the images in his mind. Hua Fenglu understood and tried to comfort him, your level is not high enough to fully develop the power inside your body. You are only in 2-star glory plane, and you're trying to fully seize power from those divine creatures. Yi Futian was still sad about this fact. He looked at the snow ape and said, I need to leave now. Okay. Have you decided on which beasts to take away with you? Your mental power is not strong enough for those giant creatures yet. However, you can control some beasts and monsters that are in the Dharma plane, the snow ape told him. You're not coming with me. Yi Futian tried to gain her sympathy. He believed that if the snow ape agreed to follow him, he would be the most powerful mage in East Sea Prefecture. Sorry boy, I have to stay here. As long as I am here, no one will know that the treasures have been taken. Remember, don't let anyone know that you have inherited the treasures. Otherwise, those greedy people would. The snow ape stopped. Yi Futian was upset, even though he understood what the snow ape meant. Yi Futian looked at the monsters around him. He needed to stay under the radar so no one would know that he inherited the treasures by picking a monster that wasn't too flashy. Could you please call a dark wind eagle to my side? Yi Futian asked. Sure, the snow ape agreed, then called on a dark wind eagle that was in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian walked toward the dark wind eagle. He started to release the power from his eyes, which was generated by his natal spirit, the storm of eyes. The snow ape stared at the dark wind eagle to prevent the eagle from resisting. The dark wind eagle was a wind element creature, and her mental power was also of the Dharma plane level. Therefore, without assistance from the snow ape, Yi Futian would not be able to mentally control the eagle. This was the first time he had initiated the beast mastery ability with the storm of eyes. He felt as if the figure of the dark wind eagle was imprinted on his pupils. His ruthless mental power was planting his will inside the eagle to control her, and the body of that eagle was shaking in the process. Suddenly, the dark wind eagle reached her limit. She finally surrendered to the power of Yi Futian, and their souls started to resonate. Phew! Yi Futian took a deep breath. The dark wind eagle finally bowed down to him. Hua Fenglu actually knew the reason why Yi Futian had picked the dark wind eagle as his first subject. Yi Futian was still upset that Hua Jieyu had left with the black eagle. Goodbye, snow ape. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Fenglu finally left. They looked at the statue of Emperor Yi Qing with a sense of attachment and gratitude. Go now. The snow ape nodded. The dark wind eagle flew into the air, the sight of Yi Futian, the snow ape, the statue, and the monsters becoming smaller until they were tiny dots. Finally, they were gone. Go escort them, the snow ape commanded. The monsters obeyed her orders. People around Mount Tianyao were frightened by this herd of monsters. They were shocked and wondered why another monster tide was coming. Chapter 41. The city of Qingzhou was a mess because of the monster tide. Buildings had fallen and many people had died. The whole city looked gray and pitiful. The city of Qingzhou was a mess because of the monster tide. Buildings had fallen and many people had died. The whole city looked gray and pitiful. Luckily, the monster tide did not last very long. Towards the end of the monster tide, aces from the East Sea Prefecture had come to help kill off demons and monsters. Thanks to them, the damage was not as bad as it could have been. Despite this, it would take a very long time for things to return to what it once was. There had also been consistent earthquakes in Qingzhou City since the monster tide had ended. After the people of Qingzhou Academy returned with General Qin's Dark Qilin knighthood, it was rumored that the vice-chief of the East Sea Prefecture was very unhappy. Then, in a fit of rage, he removed General Qin from his position as leader of the Dark Qilin knighthood. This angered the knights, but they were suppressed by the aces from the prefecture, the Qingzhou guards who were under the orders of the city lord, and the people of the Murong Chamber of Commerce. After a bloody battle, many of the knights had been met with a sad end, and the Qingzhou city protectors, the Dark Qilin knighthood, had become a thing of the past. Then, City Lord Wei Meng was transferred out of Qingzhou City, and his place was taken by the leader of the Murong Chamber of Commerce, Murong Yunshan. Many people were displeased with this decision. Rumors were spreading throughout the city. They said that historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing had been found on Mount Tianyao, and that the continuous arrival of the East Sea Prefecture aces had proved this rumor to be true. However, no one ever made it back from Mount Tianyao with viable information. Some people only make it halfway, some people make it near the remains but get surrounded by demons and monsters. The rumors also say that it was because of these remains that the East Sea Prefecture's vice chief Xia Fan started the monster tide and aligned with the city lord and the people of the Murong Chamber of Commerce to force Qingzhou Academy and Qin Shui onto Mount Tianyao. When these rumors spread, the citizens were even more upset. However, it did not matter, because the Murong Chamber of Commerce held a lot of power in the city to begin with. Now that their leader was also the city lord, no one dared to speak out against them. To make things worse, they also have the East Sea Prefecture to back them up. The most that citizens of Qingzhou City could do was to complain secretly. At the Yi family house, a black winged eagle landed to drop off 3 people and then flew up to circle in the sky. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Fenglu had left the mountains after a short while because they were worried about their families. Upon their arrival, Yi Futian's heart sank at the sight of his home. The residence was torn apart with bits and pieces of the house scattered on the ground. Looking around, they could not find a single person. Father! Mother! Yi Futian ran through his home as he called out to his parents. The roof was caving in and the house was empty. Godfather! Yi Futian called again with sadness in his voice. Still, no one answered. Yu Sheng was also running around the residence with red eyes, looking for a trace of the family. What happened? What on earth happened to them? Yi Futian was scared, more scared than when he had jumped into the canyon. Yi Futian! At that moment, someone screamed out his name. Yi Futian whipped around to see a beautiful young woman run toward him. Her body flew into his arms and held on to him tightly. "You're alive, you're still alive," said the young woman. Her eyes were red as she cried into his shirt. "Feng Qingxue, where is my family? Do you know what happened to them?" asked Yi Futian while he tried to support her. Feng Qingxue dried her tears, her face flushed red and said with her head lowered, "Your dad and everyone else is fine. My father told me to let you know that they moved away from Qingzhou City. They wanted to tell you not to worry about them." "They didn't say where they were going?" asked Yi Futian, now relieved. Thank God nothing had happened to them. Feng Qingxue shook her head and replied, "My father also told me not to tell anyone. Your family left secretly, but they didn't want you to worry, so they asked my father to relay the message." Yi Futian was stunned. Then he looked up at the sky and cursed, "Yi Baichuan, you jerk." His eyes were red from crying. Being as intelligent as he was, Yi Futian knew there was something wrong with his background. Both he and his godfather carried secrets about their pasts. Now, his family had taken advantage of the distraction of the monster tide to leave in secret. He knew it was to hide a secret that no one would ever find out. From this day on, the Yi family did not exist in the city of Qingzhou. The East Sea was huge. Where was he supposed to begin the search for his family? They obviously did not want him to find them. "Feng Qingxue, how is the city doing? Have the people from the East Sea Prefecture left yet?" asked Yi Futian. If Xia Fan was still here he would have to be extra careful. They left and so have those from Haiyan City. Qingzhou Academy took a really big blow. General Qin has been removed from his position, and the Dark Qilin Knighthood has been dismantled. All of that is thanks to Xia Fan, the City Lord Office, and the Murong Chamber of Commerce. Murong Yunshan is now the City Lord. Recently, more and more outsiders have arrived at Qingzhou City in hopes of finding Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom but have all left empty-handed, explained Feng Qingxue all at once. General Qin has been removed? Yi Futian was shocked. Yeah, she nodded. Yi Futian stood frozen. The protector of the city and leader of the Dark Qilin Knighthood has been thrown out by the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture. Who would have imagined that? Those high authority figures held absolute power and played with the lives of others. Had he not gotten lucky, he would have died on Mount Tianyao. What do you have planned for the future? Why don't you come stay at my place? Asked Feng Qingxue with anticipation. Yi Futian did a once-over of Feng Qingxue. At his piercing gaze, her face reddened. That's okay. I might actually leave Qingzhou City as well, answered Yi Futian. Feng Qingxue was dazed. Her heart skipped a beat upon hearing his reply. She asked, "Where are you going?" "To do what I have to," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Feng Qingxue, I should get going now." "You should head home, too. Say goodbye to your father for me. Take care of yourselves." Yi Futian returned to Hua Fengliu's side. He placed him on his back and they headed outside with Yuxing beside him. Feng Qingxue remained frozen in place. As she watched him leave, she shouted, "Yi Futian." He turned back to face her. "I like you," she shouted at the top of her lungs after mustering up the courage to do so. He looked at her and a smile appeared on his face. "I know. Who wouldn't like a person like me? Don't miss me too much." Finishing his words, he turned around once again and continued on his way. Feng Qingxue's tears fell and she crouched down to the ground. Yi Futian did not stop. He was afraid that if he gave in, he wouldn't be able to leave. Feng Qingxue was a beauty after all. "If I wasn't here, would you go with her?" asked Hua Fenglu, who was on Yi Futian's back. "Why would I? I only need one fish from the sea. Fox is the only one for me," Yi Futian answered his question matter-of-factly. At this, Hua Fenglu rolled his eyes. "How did a shameless person like you get my daughter to fall for you?" "Looks," was all Yi Futian said. Hua Fenglu had words for him. "Master, when are you going to get better? If I keep carrying you like this people might misunderstand," asked Yi Futian in a low voice. "If you don't want to carry me then just throw me on a corner somewhere," retorted Hua Fenglu. In that battle, it took all the power he had to rekindle his Qin spirit. It also caused irreversible damage. At that time, he barely managed to keep standing. "I'm sorry, father-in-law," Yi Futian apologized quickly. Only then did Hua Fenglu smile again. "Where are we going now?" asked Hua Fenglu. "To kill a person," answered Yi Futian. In the air above Qingzhou Academy, a black winged eagle was circling. Its sharp eyes were trained on the Earth Elemental Pavilion below. It could not seem to find its target and continued to circle. Then, when a group of people exited the pavilion and headed for a restaurant off campus, the black winged eagle flew off after them. It did not attract the attention of the people below. As of late, things had been going great for Murong Qiu. Even though the expedition to Mount Tianyao failed, he was still able to establish a good relationship with the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture. This aided his climb up the ladder at the Murong Chamber of Commerce. He had already been unanimously chosen as the successor of the chairman's seat and his father was now the city lord. The whole city was under his family's control. Although he understood that a lot of people disliked him, including most of his classmates, he did not care. They had no choice but to treat him with respect. The lobby of the restaurant was packed with people, many of whom were disciples of Qingzhou Academy. When Murong Qiu and his people arrived, almost everyone bowed their heads with respect. This was very satisfying to Murong Qiu. He proceeded to look for a place to sit with a smile on his face. After the food arrived at the table, his whole group began to converse. "Junior brother Murong Qiu possesses such a rare gift. You were able to reach the glory plane so quickly. You'll be in the Dharma plane in no time, and then the Arcana plane," said a disciple of the Earth Elemental Pavilion. The first 4 planes of cultivation were Awakening, Glory, Dharma, and Arcana. To reach the Dharma plane would mean you were sufficient to rise into the presbyter level and become an elder. If one were able to get a bit stronger than that, they would be able to become a pavilion lord. After all, the highest level anyone in the city of Qingzhou had reached was the Dharma plane. In the past, Hua Fenglu was known as the city's #1 ace because he was once in the Arcana plane. He was considered a top ace in all of the East Sea Prefecture. Well, of course. Murong Qiu will take control of all of Qingzhou City in the future. Naturally, he will be the most powerful person in the city, Murong Qing boasted about her older cousin. "That's right. Don't forget about us when you have the city in the palm of your hands, junior brother," someone said as they held their cup up to toast. Murong Qiu smiled elegantly and lifted his cup as well. He looked ahead as if he were in deep thought. Seems like I'm a bit of a failure when it comes to the ladies, he said. His utterance put the table in an awkward silence. It was not a secret that Morong Chiu liked Hua Jiu, but she ended up with Yi Futian. Then, when Morong Qing introduced him to Feng Qingxue, everyone thought he had it in the bag. In the end, it seemed like Feng Qingxue still had feelings for Yi Futian. That bitch. Feng Qingxue is just ungrateful. She's not good enough for you. You shouldn't feel bad about it, said one of Morong Chiu's junior brothers. That's right, junior brother. Look at you now, the ladies won't be able to get enough of you, consoled a senior brother. Feng Qingxue is blind. I already told her to stay away from Yi Futian, but she went back to him in the end. Now that he has been killed by the demons and monsters, she must be regretting her decision. She really missed out on you, with all that power in your hands, said Morong Qing. I actually hope that he's not dead. Things will be more interesting that way, Morong Chiu said with a cold demeanor. You're right. If he's not already dead, then he will be shaking in his boots when he sees you, laughed Morong Qing. She then realized that the restaurant was suddenly very quiet. Many eyes were watching their little group. She furrowed her brow in confusion and looked out the door. At the lobby entrance of the restaurant stood a handsome but arrogant figure. Everything you guys said is correct. Yi Futian's voice resonated. A frivolous smile was on his face. Chapter 42, Yi Futian. Morong Chiu's eyes became gloomy. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived after jumping into the canyon full of monsters. How could the monster lord have let him go? Yi Futian. Morong Chiu's eyes became gloomy. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived after jumping into the canyon full of monsters. How could the monster lord have let him go? Even the powerful swordsman, Xia Fan's uncle, who was in the Arcana plane, had died at the hands of the snow ape. In fact, many powerful mages had tried to sneak into the canyon to find Emperor Yi Qing's relics. None of them had been successful, and most of them had died. In the restaurant, other students of Qingzhou Academy were also looking at Yi Futian with confusion. The entire restaurant was in extreme silence as they watched the confrontation unfold. How did you survive? Someone next to Morong Chiu asked him. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders and said, I share the same first name as Emperor Yi Qing. His soul told me that I was destined to inherit his treasures. I just got back from the canyon after accepting his powers. People around him thought he was insane. They believed he was acting shamelessly to show off. Treasures? Inheritance? Destiny? What was he talking about? If he actually had these treasures, why wouldn't he try to keep a low profile? Yep, Yi Futian hadn't changed his style at all. He was still the lucky boy that loved to bullshit. You're alive, and you dared to come back to the city of Qingzhou. Morong Chiu still wanted him dead. It looks like I have to kill you, again. Students of Qingzhou Academy, listen to me. This guy, Yi Futian, betrayed our academy. I cannot believe he has survived all that happened. Please help me execute him as soon as possible. Morong Chiu sounded cold. He now knew that Yi Futian was much more powerful than he was, and he would definitely not fight against him alone. Around him, however, there were some powerful disciples from the College of Earth Element, including several mages in the Glory Plane. He believed that Yi Futian would die for sure this time. Some students came forward and prepared to attack. They were looking at Yi Futian with hatred in their eyes. Their director, Shi Zhong, had been humiliated entirely by Yi Futian and his master, Hua Fenglu. They felt so ashamed by this that they wanted to kill Yi Futian right then. This is the second time that Morong Chiu has wanted to kill me. If you help him, I will consider you guys his accomplices, Yi Futian said peacefully to those who stood in front of Morong Chiu. I will not show you any mercy. Shut up, you arrogant fool. A mage from the 4-star glory plane stepped out. The earth element power around him was covering his body. Soon, the power formed into armor. He knew Yi Futian was both a mage and a warrior, so it was important to formulate a defense system. Otherwise, He would be in trouble once Yi Futian approached him in melee range. Bang! Yi Futian stomped on the ground, then his body suddenly sprang to his opponent. He realized this guy was determined to kill him, so he had to skip the formalities and get down to business. The mage in the 4-star glory plane was forced to react. The earth element power around his body formed into sharp lances, and with a swing of his arm, all the lances rushed toward Yi Futian. There was a piercing sound that rang through the air. Yi Futian actually sped up while facing the lances. When the lances had almost reached him, he suddenly leaned his body backward. His body slid through the lances without even a scratch. Moments later, there was a blast behind him. That was the sound of the restaurant wall being destroyed by the lances. The mage was starting to become nervous. He then urged the spiritual chi in his body to resonate with the power of the universe. A shadow in the shape of a giant rhinoceros showed up on his body. Go! He initiated his spell. The giant rhino charged toward Yi Futian. The earth began to crack under this beast. It seemed like the rhino was going to tear Yi Futian's body into pieces. You cannot run from this, the mage started speaking in a cold voice. He believed that at such a close range, Yi Futian was definitely going to die. However, to his surprise, Yi Futian didn't even try to run away from the attack. His body made a sound like the roar of a dragon. With thunder surrounding him, he made a fist and readied his attack. He landed his fist on the rhino when the beast reached his body. At that moment, people had the illusion that it was not Yi Futian, but a giant ape who landed that fist. The attack was so powerful and fierce that it exceeded their knowledge of power. A clamor burst out. The giant rhino was killed by the attack instantly. Now, people's minds were blown, much like the rhino. They had never witnessed a warrior who could kill a creature formed by the spell of a mage in a higher plane. This completely changed their understanding of the differences between a warrior and a sorcerer. It was too shocking to be real. However, Yi Futian didn't stop there. His fist kept moving with authority toward the mage. It was too late for the mage to defend himself against the attack with any spells other than the armor he had formed before the fight. With a snapping sound, the earth element armor shattered. The onlookers realized it was not only the armor that shattered though. His bones were also broken from the attack. He was knocked feet away, and his body smashed into the tables behind him. Murong Cho, just go! Shen Yu yelled. He was driving the earth element power of the universe with the perceiving ability of a 5-star glory plane mage. The earth element formed into walls. He had tried to lock Yi Futian's body within these walls to confine his movement into a tiny space. Murong Cho ran outside the restaurant as fast as he could. He was shocked by the power Yi Futian had just shown. Yi Futian had defeated a mage in the 4-star glory plane with his martial arts techniques, and it was apparent that Murong Cho must run for his life. Murong Qing was even weaker than her cousin. She had no choice but to run away with him in panic. Bang! With another booming sound, Yi Futian broke down the walls. He saw Murong Cho running away, so he tried to chase after him. However, another wall suddenly formed in front of him, blocking the exit of the restaurant. Yi Futian turned around. He gave Shen Yu a cold glance and said, "You are really pissing me off. What are you going to do about it?" Shen Yu did not dare look down on Yi Futian anymore. He had covered his body with earth element armor and prepared for the fight. He realized Yi Futian was much stronger than a warrior who was merely in the 2-star glory plane. "You're done." Yi Futian's hands started to glow with a golden light after he spoke. He released his mental power, and a storm of the metal element was around his arms. It almost felt like his arms turned into the golden wings of a bird. "What? How are you using that metal element power?" Shen Yu was so shocked. In fact, it was not just Shen Yu who was shocked. The students of Qingzhou Academy standing in the corners also could not believe it. Yi Futian had shown so many talents in various elements, including martial arts, thunder, and fire. Now there was metal element too? Exactly how much power was he hiding? Actually, the metal element storm around his body was entirely beyond the ability of a mage in 2-star glory plane. Even for the mages in the same 2-star glory plane, there was a significant difference in the strength of power they were able to use. Moreover, Yi Futian was a mandate sorcerer. There was no time to waste. Yi Futian's body formed into a bolt of golden thunder that broke through the air. Soon, another wall blocked Yi Futian's way. It didn't work at all because his arms had become razor-sharp wings that easily cut the wall into pieces. Shen Yu's face looked gloomy. He was driving the power in that space like crazy. All the remaining lances and walls were rushing at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was so fast that his body had become a golden shadow. Every attack from Shen Yu totally missed its target. When a martial arts cultivator was this overwhelming and fast, he would be lethal for a mage, because once the mage's attacks missed their opponent and the mage was forced to fight in melee range, he was already defeated. Shen Yu could do nothing more but run away, but Yi Futian didn't give him a second chance. His body flew toward Shen Yu as fast as a bird, and suddenly a horrifying wound appeared on Shen Yu's chest. His face turned ghastly pale from blood loss. Yi Futian left him alone. Murong Qiu was still his primary target. He saw Murong Qiu running in the direction of Qingzhou Academy and kept chasing. "We're getting a show." The students of Qingzhou Academy in the restaurant rushed out. They believed Yi Futian was going to kill Murong Qiu. Murong Qiu was surprised that Yi Futian was so fast, and the distance between them was disappearing. He was running so hard that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. There were a lot of students coming in and out the academy. Murong Qiu was screaming with desperation, "Help!" People were curious as to why Murong Qiu was in such a panic. They realized that Murong Qiu was being chased by someone, and was that Yi Futian? How could he be alive after jumping into the canyon? What's going on? Someone came out of the academy and tried to control the scene. It was the director of the College of Thunder Element. "Help me, Professor. He's going to kill me." Murong clutched at his last life-saving straw. He quickly hid behind the director. "Yi Futian." The director was surprised to see the student chasing after Murong Qiu. Yi Futian stopped charging forward. He was still staring at Murong Qiu and said, "Sorry Professor, you may want to stay out of this. It's totally personal." "Yi Futian, listen, you are lucky to have survived. Remember, this academy is a sacred place. Don't do anything stupid." The director was commanding him to stop. "On my way here, I saw the whole city was destroyed by the monsters. People are crying in their houses, and this academy has been severely damaged. I believe, Professor, you know who is behind all of this," Yi Futian started saying. "And what about General Qin Shuai and the Dark Kylan Knighthood? They do not deserve this. If you still believe this place is sacred, leave me alone." The director was ashamed. Xia Fan was the lord of East Sea Prefecture, and even the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy wouldn't dare question his ideas, not to mention the directors. However, now Yi Futian was accusing him in public. "In fact, I believe we are not at the academy yet," Yi Futian said. The director was stirred from his resolve. Murong Qiu knew that the director might not be protecting him anymore. At that moment, someone else came to his side and told him, "Just follow me." Suddenly, the student who talked to Murong Qiu flew into the air, bringing Murong Qiu along with him. A lot of students lifted their heads to look at them. "That is Yang Yao, a student from the College of Earth Element. He is a mage of earth and wind double elements," people whispered to each other. Yi Futian, Murong Qiu was now floating in the air and taunting Yi Futian, "How are you going to kill me now? Director, why don't you take him down?" Murong Qiu then asked the director. "Just leave." The director did not want to hurt Yi Futian. In fact, he actually appreciated this boy. "I must kill Murong Qiu today." Yi Futian was stubborn. This attitude reminded the director of the time this young boy had stood in the snow, confronting the authority of the academy. "I know you are good at wind element power. Even so, you cannot outrun him." The director kept trying to persuade him. Yang Yao is in the 4-star glory plane. This is a personal matter, Yi Futian insisted. The director kept staring at Yi Futian. He could not believe that this boy was so stubborn and persistent. Could that be the arrogance of knowing nothing? Yi Futian had proven his power twice. I guess you have to show me your real power to persuade me. The director started talking again after a few moments of silence. Students were surprised by this demand. You are going to see something brilliant. Yi Futian laughed. Suddenly, a bright golden glow burst out of his body. As the crowd watched in admiration, 2 wings appeared on his back. He had transformed his body into the shape of a giant bird. All of a sudden, the place was silent. I am a mandate sorcerer. Yi Futian announced his power to the audience with pride. Chapter 43, Countless pairs of eyes fell onto Yi Futian. They watched as his bright, shining life spirit was released. The rock spirit. Countless pairs of eyes fell onto Yi Futian. They watched as his bright, shining life spirit was released. The rock spirit. Was this who Yi Futian really was? A frivolous, stubborn, and prideful young man? Everyone thought they understood him well enough, but now they realized that they were still underestimating him. He has already displayed his skills in both martial and divination art cultivation, plus his gifts in the thunder and fire elements. Now he was surrounded by a crazy storm of spiritual qi. Evidently, they were wind and metal elemental. By the looks of it, he was a mandate sorcerer in at least 4 elements and cultivating in both arts. He had been so casual about possessing such a great gift. His behavior had once been considered presumptuous and arrogant, but now it was actually understated. If it weren't for Yi Futian's intent of killing Murong Qiu, the people of Qingzhou Academy would have never found out how truly gifted he was. Qin Yi arrived, running. Upon witnessing this scene, she had the urge to cry. Ever since returning from Mount Tianyao, her father had been decommissioned, and the Dark Qilin knighthood was suppressed to the point of being abolished. After all, the enemy, Xia Fan, had returned to the East Sea Prefecture, and the city had fallen into the hands of Murong Yunshan. Murong Qiu was having his way. Her father had once been the protector of the city, the one citizens put their faith in. Now who was going to get justice for him? Even the prestigious Qingzhou Academy had chosen to stay quiet. All she could do was continue to cultivate in hopes of becoming stronger and more powerful. However, there was a stubborn young man who had come to get revenge on Murong Qiu all on his own. I am a mandate sorcerer, said Yi Futian. Qin Yi suddenly thought back to the scene in her classroom. She remembered everything he had said. Those words had sounded so shameless before, but with what she saw now, Qin Yi could only laugh. Although she was laughing, tears began to fall from her eyes. At that moment, the wings behind Yi Futian flapped, and he rose into the air. Yi Futian did not cultivate wind aviation, but he possessed the life spirit. The wind elemental rock spirit was going to help him fly. Tell me, how should I kill you? Yi Futian asked Murong Qiu as he watched him mercilessly. Murong Qiu had once asked Yi Futian arrogantly, how are you going to kill me now? Murong Qiu paled and he shouted, Yang Yao, go. Yang Yao failed to react immediately but was still able to use a wind spell to carry the 2 of them away. However, Yi Futian's figure was gone in a flash. He soared in the skies just like a rock. His wings spread out majestically. Very quickly, he was able to catch up to Yang Yao. Yi Futian's speed was even faster than that of Yang Yao. Wind Blade. Wind elemental spiritual qi gathered around Yang Yao and formed into a sharp blade. Cutting through the air, it made its way in the direction of Yi Futian. A sharp, piercing sound resonated. Yi Futian's golden wings cut through the wind blade, destroying it. His beautiful golden wings carried him toward Murong Qiu gracefully, just like a real rock. Hurry! Murong Qiu shouted in a craze after turning to see that Yi Futian was closing in on them. With one flap of his golden wings, blood was spilled. A bloody cut appeared on Murong Qiu's neck. Murong Qiu's eyes widened at the sight of Yi Futian. Then, in great fear, his shaking hands reached around his own neck. He lost all his energy, and his body began to convulse. He was only 18. These were supposed to be his best years. How could he die like this? The next moment, all the life slipped out of his body, and his limp body fell to the ground. Yang Yao was scared out of his mind. He let go of Murong Qiu. He tried to make a quick escape by himself. This was not the time to talk about loyalty amongst senior and junior brothers. Bang! Murong Qiu's body hit the ground. Everyone, inside and outside of the campus, were shocked beyond words. They could only continue to stare at the young man in the air. Yi Futian looked down at the pavilion lord of the Thunder Elemental Pavilion. Thank you, senior. Hurry, go. The pavilion lord looked up at Yi Futian. He nodded and began to fly away. From a distance away, several people rushed over. Leading the group was the new pavilion lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion. He did not know what to do. He wanted to chase after Yi Futian, but was stopped by the Thunder Elemental Pavilion lord. Thunder and lightning suddenly appeared and blocked their path. He has not been a disciple of Qingzhou Academy for a while now. Even if his gift is like no other, you can't just let him get away with this, the Earth Elemental Pavilion lord stated coldly. More people started to arrive. They all stared at Yi Futian's quickly disappearing figure and could not do anything about it. They all had mixed feelings about letting him go so easily. As the most prestigious place in all of Qingzhou City, Qingzhou Academy can't even compete with a teenager, said the Thunder Pavilion lord. His tone was peaceful, but it also contained disappointment and sadness. His beliefs had been shattered. Yi Futian had taught him something new today. To be young and reckless, sometimes he was very envious of teenagers. They could do whatever they wanted without fear because, in their eyes, there were no rules and no limitations. The people who had just arrived did not know what to do. In some of their hearts, they felt guilt. Personal benefits, power, rigid regulations, the Thunder Pavilion lord busted out in laughter suddenly. It was as if he was laughing at himself. He looked ahead at Qingzhou Academy and bowed to the place of rich history. Lifting his head, he spoke once again, this place is no longer what it used to be. There is no use in staying. Finally, he turned and walked away. With his back to everyone else, he lifted his hand to wave. When that young man's name spreads all over the world, you guys will understand what Qingzhou Academy missed out on. Not too long ago, he had said that he wanted to see what Yi Futian was capable of, and he was not disappointed. A mandate sorcerer of 4 elements cultivating in martial and divination arts, a 1 in a million gift. Even so, the Thunder Pavilion lord still felt like he had yet to witness Yi Futian's true potential. The people of the academy just stood there, watching him as he walked away. His back was bleak but at the same time unrestrained. Meanwhile, a black Qilin departed from within the academy and began chasing in the direction of where Yi Futian left. In the faraway skies, Yi Futian soared in the clouds. Not long after, a black winged eagle emerged from the clouds and began to fly beside Yi Futian. Seated on top of it were Hua Fenglu and Yu Sheng. Yi Futian came to kill Murong Qiu alone, but of course, he would have a backup plan. His form changed back to normal and he landed on top of the black winged eagle as well. Hua Fenglu and Yu Sheng did not ask any questions. Yi Futian returned safely, that meant that he accomplished what he set out to do. Yi Futian, a voice called out behind them. Yi Futian looked back and saw a black Qilin flying towards them. Seeing that it was just a black Qilin, he did not feel the need to escape. Senior sister, Yi Futian smiled and greeted Qin Yi on the black Qilin. Are you leaving already? She asked. After killing Murong Qiu, Yi Futian could not continue to stay in the city of Qingzhou. The only way he would be able to stay was if Hua Fenglu was not injured, but obviously that was not the case. If it were, then Yi Futian would not have had to kill Murong Qiu in such a manner. Yeah, I have to leave the city now. Take care, senior sister, said Yi Futian. He felt bad for Qin Yi. Her father protected Qingzhou City but was decommissioned and no one was willing to help her. One could only imagine how she felt right now. "Let me send you off," she said with a gentle smile. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. The black winged eagle and the black qilin flew side by side, getting far away from Qingzhou Academy. The Qingzhou coast had many large vessels headed in all different directions. Right now, many people were boarding a large ship by the coast. This ship was one headed for the city of Donghai. The distance between Qingzhou City and Donghai City was quite long. Naturally, Yi Futian couldn't fly the black winged eagle all the way there. Plus, Hua Fenglu was not in good condition, and couldn't handle flying for long periods of time. Yusheng piggybacked Hua Fenglu and waited in front of the ship. Yi Futian was having his last farewell with Qin Yi. "Senior sister, I really have to go now," he said softly. "All right. Remember to come back to visit me when you grow up," Qin Yi nodded. Even though she was sad, she kept a smile on her face. "Okay, but you have to make sure not to forget me," said Yi Futian. "How could I forget you?" asked Qin Yi. "I'm afraid that I'll grow to be too handsome and you won't be able to recognize me," he said with a sly smile. She stared at him. This rascal was still so mischievous. "Goodbye." Yi Futian turned around and waved. "Yi Futian," she called out to him. Yi Futian turned to look at Qin Yi again. Her arms were open and she had a big smile on her face. "I'll let you leave with a treat." "Senior sister, you're putting me in a tight spot here," Yi Futian sighed and walked up in between her arms, holding her curvaceous figure with his arms. Qin Yi leaned into him lightly, her smile still bright. Sometime later she spoke again, "Are you not going to let go?" "Oh," he loosened his grip on her and smiled at her. "I'm going to miss you." Qin Yi looked at him without a word and then turned around. "I'm going now." She made her way to where the back qilin was. "Senior sister, you have to take care of yourself," Yi Futian shouted. With her back to him, Qin Yi began to tear up. As her tears fell, she mounted the black qilin and flew away not looking back. Yi Futian watched her as she departed and let out a sigh. He could not help her with much. He only hoped that she would be strong enough to handle everything alone. He turned around and walked towards the ship. Both Hua Fenglu and Yusheng watched him. "Master, we should board the ship now," Yi Futian said to them. "Okay," Hua Fenglu nodded. On their way there he asked, "How was the hug? Comfy?" Yi Futian tripped over his own 2 feet. He looked over at Hua Fenglu and attempted to explain, "Master, Senior sister Qin Yi was feeling upset about what happened with General Qin. I was only trying to console her." "Okay, I understand," nodded Hua Fenglu. "You have to hug someone that long to console them?" "Master, you have deeply misunderstood me." He finished his words and walked ahead of Yusheng. Then, he crouched down and said, "Yusheng, let me carry Master." "Yusheng, let's go," said Hua Fenglu. "Okay." This time, Yusheng did not listen to Yi Futian and carried Hua Fenglu onto the ship. Yi Futian watched their backs and tried to catch up. Nice guys always end up getting hurt. Chapter 44, On the coast of city of Qingzhou, a giant ship sailed away and finally disappeared from people's sight. On the coast of city of Qingzhou, a giant ship sailed away and finally disappeared from people's sight. An old man was standing quietly there, watching the giant ship leave. Waves continued crashing on the rocks, while the wind shrieked. The sea breeze kept whistling and whipped around the old man's body. His gray hair was swinging, and so was his body. It almost looked like he would be blown away by the wind. However, he stayed immobile. Behind him, in the city of Qingzhou, some powerful sorcerers and knights mounted on beasts were heading that way. They looked at the ocean and someone commanded, "Lock down this coast." The lord of the city ordered that Yi Futian shall not leave this city. A ship just left for the city of Donghai. "Should we check the ship?" someone asked. "Old man, did you see a 16-year-old boy board that ship?" A sorcerer saw the old man standing on the coast and asked him. The old man was still standing there quietly. He just stared ahead and stayed silent as if he wasn't listening. Answer him. A knight came forward and pointed his lance at the old man. The old man also ignored him. The sorcerer frowned at him, and the knight continued to threaten the old man. Are you looking for trouble? The wind was still shrieking, and sand was flying. The sorcerer mounted on the monster realized something terrifying was approaching. He suddenly noticed that the old man was condensing the power of the universe. Soon, he saw a terrible whirlpool of sand forming. It only took a moment for the vortex to descend upon them and ultimately engulf them all. The old man was still standing there quietly as if he wasn't doing anything. Please, don't kill us. All those powerful people were now begging for mercy. However, they had already lost their chance. The sandstorm had taken them all and lifted their bodies into the air. The old man also started to float with them. Please, we regret what we said. They were totally desperate. You have never seen the power of the holy bird. You should feel lucky that you can witness this power before you die, the old man said peacefully. His body soon disappeared. As soon as he left, the storm intensified and all the people trapped inside were torn apart. Futian was not worried about the people chasing after him. He knew that the prefectural administration mansion would only be informed that he left after a long while. Even if they reacted as soon as possible and locked down the coasts, they would still have no idea where he was going. Furthermore, since the people chasing after him were scattered, the resistance he encountered would not be too harsh. Meanwhile, the Black Wind Eagle was flying next to the ship, prepared to attack anyone in Futian's way. The ship he was on was enormous. There were a lot of private rooms on the ship that could house 4 people inside comfortably. Be careful, Professor. Futian helped Hua Fenglu sit down. He and Yusheng then sat across from Hua Fenglu. Professor, do you have any plans for after we get to the city of Donghai? Futian asked. It had been Hua Fenglu's idea to go to this city, so he believed Hua Fenglu must have had a plan. I don't want to talk right now. Hua Fenglu was in a grim mood. Sorry, I'm just kind of excited about seeing my fairy soon. Futian was smiling. The city of Donghai is the capital of the East Sea Prefecture. You will run into many beauties there. Hua Fenglu was making fun of Futian. Professor, please, I'm not that bad. Futian believed Hua Fenglu was doing this intentionally. Okay, I'll trust you. Hua Fenglu nodded. Yusheng, how about you? Futian turned toward Yusheng. I trust you, too, Yusheng said mockingly. I need some air. Futian was embarrassed and left the room. After going up on the deck of the ship, Futian started to enjoy the sea breeze. The city of Qingzhou started to fade away from his sight. His mind was now filled with emotions. He had no idea when he would be able to come back to the city he had lived in for 16 years. Yusheng also followed him onto the deck. They gazed at the city together. That city had held so many memories for them. Yusheng, do you think your father is watching us now? Futian asked. Even if he is, he's only looking at you. Yusheng sounded a bit sad. Futian looked at Yusheng and realized that he wasn't very happy. However, he didn't know how to comfort him. Ever since they were born, Yusheng's father had always treated Futian better than Yusheng. Even though he respected his father, Yusheng was somewhat resentful. Gazing at the sea, Futian started to laugh. Yusheng, remember, even if someday I become the emperor of this continent as Godfather expects, I would give that crown to you if you asked me. I promise you that I will share everything with you except my cute fairy. Yusheng nodded to show that he understood. When he was being punished by his father as a child, Futian would confront his father and secretly share snacks with Yusheng. At that time, he swore to himself that he would stand by Futian's side no matter where they were. The sea breeze was still shrieking and whipped at the boys. No one had any idea how legendary their future would be. There were footsteps behind them. Futian turned around and saw 2 beautiful girls coming towards them. The 2 girls were the same age. Both of them were very attractive, especially the girl on the left who was wearing green. She was extremely charming. They realized that Yi Futian was staring at them. The girl in green naturally nodded back at him. What's wrong with your eye? Getting fixed on beautiful girls? The girl on the right started to chuckle with a wicked sense of humor. Yi Futian also started smiling. Why would I take my eyes away off of beautiful girls like you? Don't be mad, please. Don't listen to her. The girl in green began introductions. I'm Lin Xia, and this is Xiao He, my friend. Who are you guys? I'm Yi Futian, and this is my best friend, Yu Sheng. Yi Futian didn't stop smiling. Are you also from the city of Qingzhou? I don't believe we have met before. No, we come from the city of Donghai, Lin Xia said. We heard that relics of Emperor Yi Qing showed up in the city of Qingzhou. We asked our masters to bring us here to broaden our horizons. However, people told us that the place couldn't be approached at all, so we gave up. You guys are from city of Qingzhou, so have you been there? Yes, we have, Yi Futian nodded. You're bragging. Xiao He kept chuckling, admit it. You're just trying to attract Lin Xia's attention. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders. Lin Xia then asked, why are you going to the city of Donghai? We're following our professor, Yi Futian responded. Good luck to you. The best academy in this province is there, Lin Xia encouraged them. What's your class and plane? I can guess your chances. Xiao He asked Yi Futian. A mage, in the 2-star glory plane. Good for you. I believe you will go to a decent academy. Lin Xia smiled and said, now we need to go for a walk. See you later. Yi Futian then told Yu Sheng, let's go back. Soon, they headed back to their room. After seeing them leave, Xiao He started chuckling again. Why did you hit on these strangers, Lin Xia? Lin Xia gave her a stare. That boy is a bad one, isn't he? But he's pretty handsome. The other one is a stud. So, Lin Xia, which one do you like? You're talking nonsense. Come on, girl, we just met. Even though we just met, it's okay for you to tell me your preference, right? Lin Xia gave up. She thought for a while, then smiled. I like Yi Futian better. He's cute. Xiao He sighed in disapproval and looked at her with mockery. Lin Xia tried to stop her. Stop thinking of crazy stuff. It was just a casual conversation. I know he is talented, but he is definitely not the very best in the city of Donghai. Of course you're looking for the greatest. They left and kept chatting. Several days later, the ship finally arrived at the city of Donghai. When Yi Futian disembarked, he was awed by the prosperity of the city. Countless ships were docked at the commercial capital of the East Sea Prefecture. Due to the geographic importance of this city, it had become the gateway of the whole province. Goodbye, Yi Futian. Xiao He waved at Yi Futian and Lin Xia was looking at them with a smile. I believe we will meet again. Yi Futian waved back. Later, he saw the girls leave with an old man. Yi Futian raised his head. He explained to Hua Fenglu, Professor, it was just some casual talk with the girls, I promise. Yu Sheng can testify for me. I'm used to it. Hua Fenglu did not take it seriously. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian with sympathy. The black-winged eagle landed in front of them. They got on her back, and soon the eagle flew to the city of Donghai. Compared with the city of Qingzhou, this ancient city was so much more prosperous. Monsters were flying in the air all over the city, and they served as mounts for powerful cultivators. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng suddenly believed that they had made an absolutely great choice to come to this city. Lead the way please, Professor, Yi Futian asked Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu took command of the black-winged eagle, and Yi Futian noticed that he looked earnest now, which was rare. Apparently, getting back to the city of Donghai stirred his mind. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. From afar, they saw an immensely spectacular mansion in their sight. It was almost as grand as a royal palace. The black-winged eagle landed in front of the building. Yi Futian had never seen such a majestic building. He asked Hua Fenglu, "Professor, where are we? It almost looks like a royal palace." "It used to be a royal palace," Hua Fenglu told him. "About 300 years ago, before Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great unified the continent. This continent was torn apart by warlords that controlled separate regions. The nation of Nandu was ruled by the Nanda family. After the continent was unified, the ruler gave a new order to this world. The Nanda family toppled and were seized from the throne. This was the mansion of the Nanda family." "So, why did you bring us here?" Yi Futian was curious. "Because your future wife is living here." Hua Fenglu started laughing. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. He was surprised. "So, your wife is the daughter of this royal family? How did you manage to pursue her?" "I was handsome, boy." Hua Fenglu was confident. Yi Futian believed he was boasting again. "Professor, if I told the guards that I want to go to this place to see my girlfriend, would they kill me?" Yi Futian was joking. "You can try that," Hua Fenglu said. "I have been prohibited from entering the city of Donghai. They told me that if I did, they would destroy my natal spirit. However, it has been already destroyed." Yi Futian was silent. He started laughing again and said, "Don't worry, Professor. Someday they will beg you to come back." Chapter 45, Hua Fenglu stared at the magnificent palace. Yi Futian's words went straight to his heart. Would there be a day that they would beg him to enter? Hua Fenglu stared at the magnificent palace. Yi Futian's words went straight to his heart. Would there be a day that they would beg him to enter? His handsome face lit up with a bright smile. He said in all seriousness, "I believe you." Hua Fenglu had no confidence in himself, but he had the utmost confidence in Yi Futian. "Let's go," Hua Fenglu said lowly. No one wanted to enter that palace more than he did. The two women he loved most were in there. "Master, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" asked Yi Futian. Obviously he was not really trying to run into the palace to look for his girlfriend. Hua Fenglu was handsome, talented, and known as the Qin Devil. Even if he was not welcomed into the palace, Yi Futian was definitely not welcomed either. Even though he knew that he was handsome, to walk in and say that the 16-year-old princess was his girlfriend as a glory-playing cultivator would probably get his legs broken, and then he'd be thrown out of the palace. "I wanted to give you a little motivation," chuckled Hua Fenglu. The three of them returned to sit on the black-winged eagle. They were up in the air once again. Their clothes shook violently in the wind. Yi Futian looked down at the palace as the view got blurrier. This was going to be his #1 goal, whether it was for Hua Jieyu or Hua Fenglu. When the black-winged eagle touched land again, they were outside of another residence. This one was not as intimidating as the Nandu family, but it was obviously still the residence of nobility. After landing, they were able to see the entrance of the residence. Guards stood on watch outside and above the doors was a plaque, "The Mu House." "Let's go," said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian carried him towards the entrance, but was blocked by the guards. "Is there something I can help you guys with?" asked one of the guards. "Please relay a message to your master, Mu Hong. Tell him Hua Fenglu is here to see him," Hua Fenglu told the guard. The guard looked over at his colleague and nodded. One of them headed into the residence. Not long after, a young man looking to be about 17 years old arrived. He saw Hua Fenglu on Yi Futian's back and gave a look of interest. He bowed lightly and said, "Greetings, senior. I am Mu Yunqing." "I can't believe Mu Hong's child is already all grown up," smiled Hua Fenglu. "Is your father not home?" "My father is inside, preparing the house to receive your presents." "If you'll please follow me," said Mu Yunqing. His arm was outstretched, inviting the trio inside, so Yi Futian carried Hua Fenglu into the home. The Mu family house was huge. Their group arrived at one of the buildings within the residence. A stern-looking middle-aged man stood there. When he saw Hua Fenglu, a look of confusion crossed his eyes. Hua Fenglu, what has happened to you? He asked. My old sport, Mu Hong. It's a long story, sighed Hua Fenglu. Come have a seat, Mu Hong said, and a servant girl walked up with tea for everyone. A young girl beside Mu Hong sized up their little group. After everyone took their seats, Mu Hong spoke again. Hua Fenglu, you've already met Mu Yunqing. This is my daughter, Mu Yunyi. This is Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yi Futian is my disciple and it is because of him that I have come to you, Hua Fenglu said. What do you mean? Asked Mu Hong. You know that I have enemies in Donghai City, I don't want to drag Yi Futian into it. So, if you are willing, I was hoping he could stay here with you. You can treat him like a nephew, or even take him in as your disciple, explained Hua Fenglu. His intentions were now clear to Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu wanted to find support for Yi Futian, even if he had to beg. My father won't take just anyone under his wing, Mu Yunyi glared coldly at Yi Futian. Yunyi, watch what you say, reprimanded Mu Hong. You don't have to worry about his talent, old sport, Hua Fenglu reassured him. You had your powers disabled by the art saint. How powerful can your disciple be? Now that you're like this, you want to drag my father down as well, said Mu Yunyi unwelcomingly. Be quiet, shouted Mu Hong sternly. Then, to Hua Fenglu he said, my daughter is undisciplined. Please do not mind her. Mu Hong picked up his cup and sipped on his tea. The room was quiet and he did not answer to Hua Fenglu's request. Of course, Hua Fenglu knew what this meant. At that moment, Yi Futian spoke up, Master, let's be on our way now. Okay, nodded Hua Fenglu. Please excuse us now, old sport, he said to Mu Hong. Aren't you going to finish your tea first? Asked Mu Hong casually. He had no intentions of asking them to stay. Yi Futian already had Hua Fenglu on his back. Hua Fenglu smiled and shook his head. There's no need. Very well then. Mu Yunqing, Mu Yunyi, go send off Uncle Hua Fenglu, said Mu Hong. The Mu siblings nodded and followed behind Yi Futian as they made their way out. After they left, Mu Hong let out a sinister look. Disciple? If he was willing. He had no lack of disciples. Hua Fenglu's powers had already been disabled. Plus, he has made enemies of the art saint and the Nanda family. Did he really think it would be easy to find someone to back him up? Yi Futian's trio stepped out of the residence and Mu Yunqing spoke, take care now, senior. The trio continued on their way but from behind they could hear Mu Yunyi. Shouldn't they have known better? How shameless. They have it tough, laughed Mu Yunqing, no longer keeping up with his previous proper image. They made no attempts to hide their conversation. The words stung as they reached Yi Futian's ears. Yu Sheng had his fists clenched. Hua Fenglu felt guilty and said, I'm sorry, Yi Futian. You've suffered because of me. No, I haven't. Mu Hong is ignorant and blind. He just gave up a chance to be the master of the future emperor, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. You rascal, laughed Hua Fenglu. It looked like he was worried for no reason. With a handicapped man like me, people will only look down on you. They won't see your true potential. When you are able to control the world, they'll regret everything. Master, don't say that about yourself, Yi Futian felt terrible. He knew well and clear it was for him, and that Hua Fenglu had gone to beg Mu Hong. As the legendary Qin devil, Hua Fenglu was extremely prideful. Now that his powers had been disabled, he did not care about his enemies. If it weren't for Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu would have never returned to the city of Donghai. It's okay, I still have some friends here. Let's go find them, said Hua Fenglu. Master, I don't want you begging others for me, said Yi Futian. Coming to Donghai City was my idea. Xia Fan wanted to kill you back on Mount Tianyao. Even though this city is huge, there's no way to say that we won't run into him. I can't protect you in my disabled state. I can't just let you be on your own, explained Hua Fenglu. Don't worry, this is just the plan for now. We won't have to do this after a while. Master, don't you understand? All those years ago, when your life spirit was destroyed and you were kicked out of Donghai City, none of your friends stood up for you. Now that you've returned abject, who do you think is willing to help you? Asked Yi Futian. I'll be careful and take care of myself. Don't worry about me. I didn't even die on Mount Tianyao, I won't die so easily. Hua Fenglu sighed and said, all right then. Let's go take a look around the Qin Gardens. Is that where you used to live? Yi Futian guessed. Yeah, but it's probably deserted now, nodded Hua Fenglu. They set off on the Black-Winged Eagle once again. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian stood in front of the Qin Gardens, shocked. The residents in front of them looked lively. They noticed this even from up in the air. It was definitely not deserted. Yu Sheng, go find out who the new owner of the Qin Gardens is, said Hua Fenglu. Okay, answered Yu Sheng. He walked up to ask the guard but did not get a name. All the guard told him was that the new owner's surname was Tang. Let's leave, Hua Fenglu said. His expression changed. Yi Futian thought this was peculiar but turned to follow. What's so scary about my last name? A voice rang out behind them. Yi Futian stopped in his tracks and looked back. A woman had walked out from the Qin Gardens. She looked to be in her 30s. She was very beautiful. One could only imagine how much more beautiful she was in her youth. Hua Fenglu saw the woman and smiled bitterly. I didn't think you would be living in the Qin Gardens. The woman looked at Hua Fenglu and began to give off an icy aura. She looked like she was about to erupt in anger. Yi Futian shuddered. She couldn't be an enemy of Hua Fenglu, could she? Who did it? She asked in a cold demeanor. She was referring to Hua Fenglu's disability. Maybe she wasn't an enemy after all. Forget about that. How have you been? Hua Fenglu asked. How do you think I've been? She asked him in return. Yi Futian was confused. Could she be Hua Fenglu's wife? Didn't she live in the Nanda family palace though? Who's he? The woman asked looking at Yi Futian. Senior, I'm master's disciple, Yi Futian answered. Who caused his disability? She continued to inquire. Vice Chief Xia Fan of the East Sea Prefecture wanted to kill me. Master is like this now because he tried to protect me, said Yi Futian. That useless son of the Xia family? He dared to lay a hand on you. I'm going to kill him, said the woman. Stop acting crazy, Hua Fenglu stared at her. It's been so long. Can't you control your temper a little? If I hadn't been abandoned by a certain someone, would I have become like this? She asked. Yi Futian felt weak in the legs. So, it was an old lover. You still haven't married? Hua Fenglu's tone became gentler. Do you want me to marry that badly? Tang Lan retorted. Hua Fenglu did not know what to say. Come in. This used to be your home. Now that you're back, it should be returned to its rightful owner. You can live here from now on. Tang Lan's tone also lightened. No, Hua Fenglu rejected, shaking his head. Why? Afraid I'll swallow you alive? She was furious. If you had married me all those years ago, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Don't you feel like you were dragged down by that woman? Asked Tang Lan. Yi Futian burst out in cold sweat. This. Let's not talk about the past, Hua Fenglu tried to brush it off. Who else lives in the Qin Gardens? I took in 2 female disciples, she answered. Young and pretty? Asked Hua Fenglu. There is one, replied Tang Lan. Why? You like them young now? Hua Fenglu was dumbstruck. Stop with the nonsense. I just don't want your disciples to follow in your footsteps. So, it's best if I don't go in. Follow in my footsteps? At first, she seemed confused. Then, she glanced at Yi Futian and finally understood what he meant. Yi Futian was young and handsome. In a couple of years there would be another Hua Fenglu. Even the disciple you took in resembles you, but don't worry, my disciples have higher standards than I did, said Tang Lan. Come inside. Hua Fenglu smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, with a guy like Yi Futian, it wouldn't matter how high their standards were. Don't regret it, Hua Fenglu sighed. Then, he turned to look at Yi Futian. Hey kid, behave yourself. Master, I'm really not the person you think I am. Yi Futian was completely speechless. Who was that defensive against their own disciple? Chapter 46. The Guqin Gardens had an elegant environment with pavilions, bamboo, and rocks. It was quiet and comfortable. The Guqin Gardens had an elegant environment with pavilions, bamboo, and rocks. It was quiet and comfortable. A group of people arrived in front of one of the pavilions. They saw a girl, about 20 years old, come out of the pavilion. She greeted Tang Lan, "Hi, Professor Tang." "Nye Bing, this is Mr. Hua and his disciple." Tang Lan made the introductions. "This is my first disciple, Nye Bing. The younger ones are now cultivating in Donghai Academy. Don't worry, I won't let Yi Futian see them." Yi Futian smiled wryly. His reputation had been ruined by Hua Fenglu. "Mr. Hua," Nye Bing greeted Hua Fenglu. "The place you used to live in has been kept vacant, but it's clean, so you can stay there," Tang Lan told Hua Fenglu. "Thank you." Hua Fenglu nodded. "If you had gratitude, you would not have left me." Tang Lan still resented him because of their past. Hua Fenglu did not refute this. He responded with nothing but silence. "Miss Tang, my professor has been missing you all this time. He told me many times that he had failed someone and he played the Guqin every time this memory came back." Yi Futian spoke for Hua Fenglu. Tang Lan looked at Yi Futian with suspicion. "Is that true?" "Of course." Yi Futian looked serious. "I did not know who that person was, but today after meeting you, Miss Tang, I totally understand that feeling." Tang Lan looked into the crystal bright eyes of the boy, and she started to believe he was telling the truth. She turned toward Hua Fenglu, and he was shaking his head, sighing. "It's all just in the past." "Okay, you do have some last shreds of a conscience." Tang Lan finally believed him. Yu Sheng was surprised that Yi Futian was able to help Hua Fenglu gain forgiveness from his old flame. "Nye Bing, go get my Guqin," Tang Lan told her. Nye Bing left and soon returned with a Guqin in her arms. Hua Fenglu was overcome with emotion. "Thank you for repairing Duyo for me. Duyo used to be your favorite Guqin. Now it's time to return it to you." Nye Bing gave it to Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu took the Guqin and strummed the strings with his fingers. They heard a unique sound coming out of the Guqin, which brought the audience into an empty and secluded world, as if it had magical powers. "Wow, an artifact!" Yi Futian was awed. Objects enhanced with spells were called artifacts. "Yi Futian, come here. It belongs to you now." Hua Fenglu handed the Guqin over to Yi Futian. Tang Lan was confused about this. She had realized that Hua Fenglu would give this disciple everything. For the Guqin devil, this Guqin was almost as important as his life. Yi Futian took it carefully with both hands and replied with a smile. "Professor, I will not let you down." "I believe you," Hua Fenglu laughed. He knew Yi Futian was genuinely talented. He just needed time to hone his power. "What's your plan now?" "Don't think about revenge. I always wanted to destroy his natal spirit because of what he did to you, but he was just too powerful," Tang Lan said. Hua Fenglu knew who she was talking about. It was his longtime nemesis, the art saint. "I did not come here for revenge. I brought Yi Futian here to attend Donghai Academy. However, since the spring term admission test has ended, I'm afraid that he will have to wait until next year. You've stayed in this city all these years, do you know if there is anything I can do to get Yi Futian into that academy?" Hua Fenglu asked Tang Lan. Tang Lan shook her head and answered, "Unless someone of high authority at the academy asked for him personally." Hua Fenglu frowned, looking like he was thinking hard. Professor, why do I have to attend Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. In the city of Qingzhou, Qingzhou Academy is a sacred place, and the official students of Qingzhou Academy have a high social status in the city. Most of the important people of that city graduated from that academy. Even the lord of the city is supposed to show respect to Qingzhou Academy. Hua Fenglu answered his question. It's the same for Donghai Academy. However, Donghai Academy is even more remarkable. Donghai Academy is not the only academy in this city, but it is the oldest one, founded more than 300 years ago, when this continent was in severe conflict. The initial founding of this academy was intended to serve the major families in this city, and this purpose has not changed. So, you mean Donghai Academy is more than just a school? Yi Futian asked curiously. Correct. Donghai Academy is far more powerful and complex than you'd think. If you attend Donghai Academy, your safety will be better ensured, Hua Fenglu explained. Yi Futian nodded, realizing that Hua Fenglu had a more significant plan in mind. Otherwise, they would not have come here. I met your professor at Donghai Academy. Tang Lan sounded sad as if some past memory had just popped into her mind. In fact, we were about your age. Hua Fenglu was smiling. What a beautiful time it was. I was willing to devote my most precious youth to you, but soon after you met her, Tang Lan kept speaking. I made a mistake. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. You feel guilty? Tang Lan was mad, and she being sarcastic with Hua Fenglu. To be honest, I was not as beautiful as that girl, but as far as talents and power, I was considered to be the top of my class. Why did I devote myself to the wrong man? I'm tired, Yi Futian, help me go back to my room. Hua Fenglu tried to close his eyes. Yes, Yi Futian responded. He lifted Hua Fenglu onto his back and carried him to his room. Tang Lan still looked like she was mad at what had happened in the past, but since Hua Fenglu had lost his ability to walk, she began to sympathize and warm up to him. Yi Futian carried Hua Fenglu into the room and asked, Professor, Jieyu's mother was the princess of the Nandu family, just like my Jieyu. Is she also studying at Donghai Academy now? You need to find out for yourself. Hua Fenglu smiled. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and left Hua Fenglu to rest. He went back to Tang Lan, and she said to Yi Futian, looks like you guys are getting along with each other. Professor was injured because of me, Yi Futian said. He was trying to protect me, reactivated his natal spirit, and suffered this irreversible injury as a result. Is there any possibility that he could be cured by someone in this city? That is nuts. Tang Lan was shocked by what Hua Fenglu had done for Yi Futian. To cure him, we would need a special mandate sorcerer who is a healing sorcerer with mental power. Besides, he would have to be more powerful than your professor. It would be almost impossible to find someone like that. There is not a single person in the city of Donghai. Yi Futian's hope was rebuilt. He would do anything he could to cure Hua Fenglu. In fact, there is. Tang Lan had thought of someone. She realized Yi Futian was looking at her with expectation, so she told him, just give up. Your professor would be happy enough that you are even thinking about how to cure him. Please Miss Tang, tell me. Yi Futian looked stubborn. He's not going to do it, Tang Lan shook her head. Yi Futian was disappointed. He understood that Tang Lan had her reasons for not telling him. Goodbye, boy. Take care of your professor and get a good rest, Tang Lan said. Thanks, Miss Tang. Yi Futian knew that Miss Tang had helped them a lot by letting them stay there, and he was grateful. Professor is so lucky to have you. This is life, Tang Lan sighed. Which part of Professor attracted you to him in the first place? Yi Futian asked. Boy, he was handsome, Tang Lan answered and left, leaving Yi Futian standing there, surprised. Yu Sheng looked him in the face, then mumbled, no wonder why so many girls like you. You do have a pretty face. Yi Futian pretended to be mad and stared at Yu Sheng. However, when he turned around, he couldn't stop laughing. He was so eager to cultivate at Donghai Academy. This academy was apparently the best in all of the East Sea Prefecture. In fact, countless people came to this academy every year and tried their best to be admitted. However, only those with extraordinary talents could become students. The rest just gave up their first choice and went to the academies that were not as excellent. This was why everyone in Donghai Academy could be considered geniuses, and a virtuous cycle was formed that let this academy become even more powerful over time. The powerful sorcerers such as the Guqin Devil, Art Saint, and Tang Lon had all attended Donghai Academy. For a powerful family like Nandu, Donghai Academy had become the first and only choice for their offspring. Meanwhile, at Donghai Academy, a beautiful girl was inscribing. She was about 16 years old, and she was focused entirely on her work. This concentration shed a holy glow on her body. Hua Jiayu, someone called her. Another pretty girl had entered. She was not as gorgeous as the one inscribing though. What's going on? Hua Jiayu paused her work and looked at the girl. Someone is inviting you to dinner. She smiled at Hua Jiayu. A guy? Hua Jiayu asked peacefully. No, it's a girl, and all she wants is to be overshadowed by your beauty at the dinner, the girl said jokingly. I'm sorry, I can't go. Hua Jiayu picked up her pen. The girl looked awkward. Why don't you even ask who he is? I can't go, Hua Jiayu insisted. The girl almost gave up. Can't you at least try this time? I promise you this is one of the greatest boys at this academy, the girl tried for the last time. I have a boyfriend, Hua Jiayu explained. The girl was surprised and asked, You're not making this up, are you? Hua Jiayu shook her head. The girl realized she was serious. She sighed. Oh my, so many boys at this academy are going to have broken hearts. Is this boy at the academy? No, Hua Jiayu answered. Is he an amazing boy? It must be really difficult to get you to fall in love, the girl said. The image of Yi Futian came into her mind, then she suddenly started smiling. That smile was soul-capturing. It was utterly irresistible, even for the girl next to her. He's a bad boy. Hua Jiayu didn't stop smiling. That smile was so sweet. The girl could see that Hua Jiayu was definitely not lying. She looked like she was in love. Chapter 47. The moon hung high in the night sky and the sound of Guqin resonated in the Qin gardens. The music seemed to be able to bring its listeners peace. The moon hung high in the night sky and the sound of Guqin resonated in the Qin gardens. The music seemed to be able to bring its listeners peace. From the music, one could feel happiness and a longing for love. In front of one of the buildings at the Qin gardens, Tang Lon laid silently in a hammock, listening to the music. It brought her back to her youth and elicited memories from the past. She could not help but smile while she reminisced. Master, a gentle voice sounded. Tang Lon opened her eyes and was met with the sight of a sweet-looking young woman underneath the moonlight. The young woman's eyes were clear and pure, but carried curiosity when she looked at Tang Lon. She had approached Tang Lon without being noticed, and what was more, she saw a smile on her master's face. Her smile was beautiful, but the young woman had never seen it before. Was it because of the music? Tang Lon, why are you back? Tang Lon asked. I wanted to come back to see you, Master, Tang Lon answered softly. Master, who is playing the Guqin? It sounds like they are trying to convey a certain feeling. He is back. The person playing is his disciple, Tang Lon answered. She never expected Yi Futian to be on par with Hua Fenglu at such a young age. His music was able to pluck a person from reality, pulling them into the mood of the piece. Tang Lon was puzzled at first but then remembered the person Tang Lon kept in her heart all these years. Her eyes twinkled. The Qin Devil? Yes. Since you're back anyway, you can show his disciple around Donghai Academy tomorrow, help him get familiar with the environment. When he enters the academy next year, you'll be schoolmates. Tang Lon chuckled and continued, but that rascal is good with words. Don't be tricked by his sweet talk. Tang Wan blushed. Tang Lan said the guy playing the guqin was a sweet talker. What could he have said to Tang Lan for her to say that? Go now. Get some more rest. From now on, you don't have to worry so much about me, focus on cultivation, Tang Lan said gently. Of her two female disciples, she favored this younger disciple more. Tang Wan was young and beautiful, sweet and enchanting. She was very much like Tang Lan when she was a young girl. Tang Lan hoped that her beloved disciple would not end up like herself. I understand, Master, Tang Wan replied. She turned and left the area but did not head back to her own living space. She followed the sound of the music and arrived at the building in which Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian were staying. In front of the building, she saw a young man quietly strumming at the chords of the guqin. He seemed to have fallen deep into the music, a smile adorned his face, which made him seem much more attractive. Tang Wan did not walk up to disturb him. Instead, she listened wordlessly from where she stood until the piece ended. The young man lifted his head and Tang Wan gave him a warm smile. That was beautiful. Thank you. My name is Yi Futian. Are you Miss Tang Lan's disciple? Asked Yi Futian with a smile. Yes. My name is Tang Wan. My master wants me to take you around Donghai Academy tomorrow. Do you want to go? Asked Tang Wan. That sounds great, he nodded. Then, I'll come find you tomorrow. Tang Wan smiled and was on her merry way. Yi Futian stood up, grabbed his guqin and entered the bamboo forest behind the building. A rustling noise came from the bamboo forest, there also seemed to be a low hum. Up ahead, Yi Futian could see the stalks of bamboo shaking from a gust of strong wind. When he walked closer to the area, he could see Yusheng seated on the ground. His body was surrounded by a dim golden light, making his already intimidating physique even scarier. At the same time, his face seemed to be slightly contorted, as if he were suffering from great pain. The low hum from before was coming from within Yusheng. It was as if a ferocious force was attacking his body from the inside. Yi Futian sat down on the ground and placed his guqin down in front of him. He began to play again. Under the sound of music, the suffering young man seemed to have calmed down, but the scary force continued to attack. It growled and roared, almost like it was ready to devour Yusheng. After a long while, the force finally calmed down. Yusheng opened his eyes, but the look on his face was icy cold. However, when he looked over and saw Yi Futian, his gaze started to warm up. Yusheng, how long did your father say you had to cultivate this technique? Asked Yi Futian. Forever, answered Yusheng. Can't you stop? Yi Futian felt terrible. It's fine, Yusheng scratched his head and smiled. This way, I can become stronger. You dummy. Rest well, said Yi Futian. He left after picking up his guqin. However, Yusheng did not go rest. After Yi Futian left, he started to cultivate again. Yi Futian had almost been hounded to death on Mount Tianyao. Now that they were in the city of Donghai, there were even more powerful cultivators here. He had not cultivated long enough. At the plane he was in now, he was not capable of protecting Yi Futian. He had to become stronger and more powerful as quickly as possible. The next morning, Donghai city was basked in the warmth of the bright sunlight. In the Qin gardens, Tang Lan sent people to take care of Hua Fenglu bright and early. Yi Futian felt bad for him, though, because everyone Tang Lan sent was male. Hua Fenglu tried to protest in a roundabout way. He said that there were some things that females do in better detail. To this Tang Lan replied, "There's me." Hua Fenglu could only cry on the inside. He should have known better than to come back to the Qin gardens. This was pure revenge. Yi Futian was still laughing as he stepped out of the residence. He, along with Yusheng and Tang Wan, departed on the Black Wind Eagle. In the air, Yi Futian looked down at the large city. His feelings about the city down below were complicated. He was afraid of it, but at the same time he wanted to conquer it. Tang Wang, are there a lot of geniuses at Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. Yeah. All the geniuses from well-known families all across the East Sea Prefecture are usually sent to Donghai City to further their education and, of course, Donghai Academy is the first choice. For example, people say that over half of all the young mandate sorcerers in the East Sea Prefecture are gathered at Donghai Academy, Tang Wan explained. Yi Futian slowly nodded. He could understand this. It was only natural for families of mandate sorcerers to want to send their children to study at the best academy. Are you feeling stressed? Tang Wan smiled at Yi Futian. Her smile was sweet and beautiful. Stress? Yi Futian wanted to smile. Doesn't exist. Looks like you're pretty confident, chuckled Tang Wan. Yi Futian did not reply but, instead, threw her a question. By the way, have you heard of a person named Hua Jieyu at the academy? She's about your age. With Fox's looks, it would be impossible for people at the academy not to know her. At the mention of this name, Tang Wan gave Yi Futian a strange look. You aren't planning to try anything with Donghai Academy's #1 beauty, are you? Donghai Academy's #1 beauty? Yi Futian was dumbfounded. Almost immediately a huge smile spread across his face. She was actually here. Furthermore, she was more well-known than he thought. She really was a fox. Didn't she just get into Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked curiously. Yeah, but her performance at the spring quarter entrance exams was incredible. All the higher-ups were shocked. Plus, I heard she comes from an impressive background. So, her popularity skyrocketed as soon as she entered the academy. She was the talk of the town. Also, with her looks it's only natural that she was crowned the academy's #1 beauty, Tang Wan explained. Do you have a crush on her? I think you should just forget about it. Yi Futian looked at Tang Wan. It looked like she didn't know about Hua Jieyu's background. If she did, then she would have been able to guess that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu knew each other. Why? He asked. Hua Jieyu has countless suitors at the academy but even the most popular guys have all been turned down. So, I don't think you have a chance. Tang Wan gave him a light smile. I get it. Yi Futian's smile got even bigger. Do you know why she turns all of them down? Probably because she's too prideful, said Tang Wan. It's because she already has someone she likes, he said. Who? Tang Wan was curious. Me, answered Yi Futian, smiling at Tang Wan. She smirked. Master said you were good with words, turns out they were for bluffing. Yi Futian was speechless in response to her comment. Then, thinking about Tang Wan, said he felt a bit upset. After dropping off the trio, the Black Wind Eagle was off again. Donghai Academy was majestic. The main doors were open allowing access to anyone and everyone. In all of the East Sea Prefecture, no one dared to cause trouble at Donghai Academy, so the academy never had to worry about preventing intrusions. Students came and went. The youngest was around the age of 13 or 14, and the oldest was not over 20. Everyone looked upbeat, the campus was vibrant. There are so many pretty girls here, said Yi Futian as they entered. Hearing his very first comment about Donghai Academy, Tang Wan felt many pairs of judging eyes on them. It was embarrassing. As people walked past them, they could not help but stare. Yi Futian was handsome, Tang Wan was beautiful, and Yu Sheng looked strong and intimidating. Naturally, this trio would attract a lot of attention. At this time, a pair of eyes landed on Yi Futian and his friends. The corners of her mouth lifted into a smug smile. It's him, said a young woman around the age of 16. Mu Yunny, is he someone you know? Asked a classmate of hers. Yi Futian was heading in their direction. His eyes did a quick sweep and saw the Mu siblings from yesterday amongst a group of people. It was hard to tell whether or not they were smiling at him. Can I help you with something? Asked Yi Futian. The siblings had walked up to him. When Mu Yunny saw how confident Yi Futian looked, she was reminded of how pitiful he had looked to her the day before. She snickered at him. Found someone else to back you up? What's it to you? He asked with a smile. Nothing, I'm just asking, she laughed. Then the group brushed past Yi Futian and continued on their way. Right after walking past Yi Futian, Mu Yunyi told the person next to her, "That guy is the Qin Devil's disciple, but the Qin Devil is now handicapped. He even had the nerve to come to my house and beg my father to take in his disciple. Isn't that such a joke?" Yi Futian heard her words and stopped in his tracks once again. He turned to Tang Wan and jostled his shoulders. "What happens if I beat someone up at Donghai Academy?" Chapter 48. Tang Wan looked at Yi Futian with curiosity. Why would he pick a fight even before being admitted to the academy? Tang Wan looked at Yi Futian with curiosity. Why would he pick a fight even before being admitted to the academy? However, Mu Yunyi was very rude. If it had been her own master who was insulted, she wouldn't have taken it either. Students are not allowed to bully each other at Donghai Academy, but friendly competition is encouraged. Therefore, any fight voluntarily initiated by both parties of students will not be interfered with by the academy administrators. However, the parties in competition must make sure they have full control of their violence, which means no casualties allowed, Tang Wan mumbled to Yi Futian. Since you're not a student of this academy, if you insult the students here you will probably get your ass kicked. Yi Futian felt awkward. Why didn't Tang Wan believe in him? The group of people around Mu Yunyi stopped walking when they overheard Yi Futian and Tang Wan's conversation. Mu Yunyi gave Yi Futian a glance in confusion. Someone started telling her, "Mu Yunyi, this guy wants to kick your ass." Mu Yunyi mocked Yi Futian. "Why are you agitated? Am I wrong? Who was there at my house, begging my dad to accept him? Why don't you just beg me, and maybe I'll be nice and persuade my dad to give you a place?" Yi Futian looked at Mu Yunyi and said, "I'm mad now." "So what?" Mu Yunyi was still smiling at him. People around her were also laughing. Mad? Did it mean anything? So? Yi Futian yelled, "Yu Sheng! I'm ready." Yu Sheng clenched his fists and stepped forward. At that moment, Tang Wan felt that this big guy had become a beast. His body exuded a sense of danger. "You are a 3-star glory plane warrior. Don't tell me you're afraid to fight," Yi Futian said to Mu Yunyi. "Yunyi, I'll take him," a guy next to her said. "I will challenge you all," Yu Sheng announced. Tang Wan was shocked. Even she knew that Yu Sheng was definitely stronger, but he was still a bit overconfident. He was challenging 6 Donghai Academy students who were elite amongst their peers. Some of them might even be mandate sorcerers. Yi Futian wasn't worried at all. Yu Sheng had been practicing techniques inherited from his father since he reached the 7th plane of awakening. Additionally, he had exceptional talent. Therefore, his power could not be measured merely by plane. He knew what Yu Sheng was trying to do. If he challenged only one student and other people got involved, then it was no longer a friendly competition. They were new to this place, so they still had to comply with the rules. Yu Sheng was very smart by challenging all those students. Mu Yunyi and her brother looked embarrassed. The people who came to their house begging their father to accept them were now challenging all of them. "How can I reject you, since you're asking for it?" Mu Yunqing didn't take Yu Sheng seriously. However, he still had absolute confidence. He was only 17 years old but already a 4-star glory plane mandate sorcerer. He was indeed one of the top students at Donghai Academy. The moment he agreed to fight, Yu Sheng stomped on the ground, and his body shot toward Mu Yunqing. He had endured this family long enough, since Hua Fenglu was rejected and humiliated yesterday. He believed it was now time to teach them a lesson. The ground fissured and Yu Sheng's body was covered with a dark golden glow, as if he was wearing solid armor. He was much taller than the average person, and with the armor, he almost looked like a knight sent by God. "This boy is so..." Tang Wan was shocked. Yu Sheng had not even reached Mu Yunqing yet, and Tang Wan had already perceived the real power in his body. Not only Tang Wan, but other people being challenged obviously sensed Yu Sheng's power. 2 people stepped forward, and both of them started to condense elemental power into spells. One of them created a chain that appeared from the ground to shackle Yusheng's body, and another one shot a sharp golden arrow in his eyes. Yusheng blocked the attacks by merely putting his arms in front of his body. The golden arrow broke into pieces the moment it reached his arms, and the chain was easily torn apart. Yusheng had almost reached their bodies when they started to flee from Yusheng's range of melee attack. Their speed was breakneck, because both of them were powerful mages who also cultivated martial arts techniques. Unfortunately for them, Yusheng was faster. They saw a golden giant blocking their way. They were frightened because they had never seen anyone who could corner them in a fight like Yusheng did. He was so fast that they were defeated before they had fully employed the power of their attacks. Bang! Yusheng's arms swept onto them. They were knocked back to the ground, and their bodies were smashed. Yusheng kept charging forward towards Mu Yunyi. The ground was shaking with his steps. At that moment, Mu Yunyi's face turned deadly pale. She apparently had just realized the strong guy was way more powerful than she was. "Just go, I'll take him," Mu Yunqing told his sister. Mu Yunyi had to obey. She ran as Mu Yunqing started to attack Yusheng. She made sure she was in a safe place and started watching them fight. She believed her brother could take care of that crazy big guy, and then they could beat up Futian together. Other students of Donghai Academy were attracted to this place by the fight. The moment they saw Yusheng, they wondered why they had never met this guy before. They believed he was also a student of Donghai Academy, because he was mighty. Mu Yunqing unleashed the natal spirit he had inherited from his father. The natal spirit was a golden eagle. A golden eagle was a powerful monster that consisted of both gold and wind elements of power. It was similar to the Yi Futian's divine bird. However, it was weaker. After the natal spirit was unleashed, wings appeared behind his body. His whole body was now floating in the air, and the horrifying power of gold and wind elements were condensing around him. The power then formed into sharp lances that were pointed at Yusheng. "Go!" Mu Yunqing's wings shook, and the lances suddenly started rushing at Yusheng, piercing the air. With enhancement from his wind element, the lances were much faster than expected. Yusheng didn't try to dodge the attacks at all. He directly swung his arms toward the lances. People were shocked at how it was possible for a warrior to destroy the spells with martial arts techniques. The moment Yusheng's arms made contact with the lances, a golden shadow enveloped his body. The golden shadow soon turned into whirlpools and began to engulf all the spiritual qi of the universe. The lances were quickly absorbed by the whirlpools, and after the lances were gone, barbs grew out of Yusheng's arms. Mu Yunqing didn't give up on his attacks. He held the sharpest lance by himself and charged toward Yusheng. His body was as fast as thunder, and people started to worry about Yusheng. Yusheng swung his arms again. However, this time the barbs detached from his arms and shot toward Mu Yunqing. Mu Yunqing blocked the barbs by closing his wings to entirely cover his body. However, this movement also blocked his own sight. When he opened up the arms again, Yusheng was almost in melee range. Mu Yunqing could do nothing but run away from the momentum of Yusheng. Yusheng definitely would not let him go that easily. He stomped hard on the ground, and it began to crack under him. His body suddenly rushed toward Mu Yunqing. People witnessed Mu Yunqing being approached by a golden light. "Be careful!" Mu Yunyi tried to alert her brother. It was too late. Mu Yunqing was shocked to find himself caught by Yusheng. Yusheng's arms were clamping on his foot. He couldn't fight against what happened next. With a sudden pull, he was smashed to the ground. With a loud thump, Mu Yunqing's body hit the ground. He laid there, entirely immobilized. What a beast! The audience was shocked by this absolute power. Was he really a warrior? Yusheng's power had transformed their attitudes toward martial arts cultivators. They had never seen a warrior who could trounce a mandate sorcerer. Yusheng kept stepping forward. People around Mu Yunyi moved out of his way because they were too frightened to fight against this guy. Mu Yunqing had already shown them that Yusheng was overwhelming. "What are you doing?" Mu Yunyi was overcome with fear when she saw Yusheng walking toward her. She was trying to run away by unleashing her natal spirit, which was also a golden eagle. That little resistance did not cause any trouble for Yu Sheng. He easily grabbed Mu Yunyi by the arm. She did not dare attack him since he was now as ferocious as a beast. The next moment she was being pulled to her brother. "Let me go!" she screamed. Yu Sheng smashed her to the ground next to her brother. They were both now lying on the ground, severely injured. "Now you know that your father does not deserve to be his professor." Yu Sheng was humiliating them to return the humiliation they had suffered yesterday. Hua Fenglu had brought them to their house, and this family had rejected them. They had been destined to taste revenge because of Yu Sheng's bad temper. Yu Sheng's fury was gone. He was no longer a beast, just a big boy. He quietly walked back to Yi Futian. It took a long while for Mu Yunqing and his sister to stand up again. They were staring at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng with resentment. "I'll remember you." Mu Yunyi gnashed his teeth in anger. "Go ahead, tell your father that you've been beaten by us." Yi Futian kept humiliating them. Mu Yunyi was so angry. However, there was nothing she could do. It would be a shame if they had to go back and tell their father about the fight. Mu Yunqing and his sister were crestfallen. Tang Wan looked at Yi Futian and believed he was talking like that intentionally. There were a lot of people watching, so these guys would definitely not tell their father what had happened. "Looks like you have to go." Tang Wan forced out a smile. These guys had beat up students on the first day they came to the school. It was impossible for them to stay here any longer. "You told me that professors at Donghai Academy don't care whether we fight." Yi Futian was confused. "They won't, but those you just beat have classmates, who do care," Tang Wan said. "It's okay. I still need to find my girlfriend." Yi Futian ignored her warning. Tang Wan followed him and asked in a lowered voice, "Who is your girlfriend?" "Don't tell me it's Hua Jieyu." "How did you know that?" Yi Futian responded. Tang Wan was surprised and stopped talking. Chapter 49, Donghai Academy was enormous. After exploring more of the academy, the architecture on campus really opened Yi Futian's eyes. The buildings were erected on ascending stairs. To see the building at the very top of the stairs, one would have to tilt their head toward the sky. A magnificent view indeed. Donghai Academy was enormous. After exploring more of the academy, the architecture on campus really opened Yi Futian's eyes. The buildings were erected on ascending stairs. To see the building at the very top of the stairs, one would have to tilt their head toward the sky. A magnificent view indeed. Donghai Academy consists of 7 schools, the schools of the Emperor Star, Ruinous Star, Power Star, Flirting Star, Treasury Star, Finance Star, and Minister Star. That group from before was from School of the Flirting Star, and your girlfriend is from the School of the Emperor Star, explained Tang Wan. Her eyes were full of distrust when she used the word girlfriend. Back in Qingzhou Academy, the schools were divided by occupation. "Does Donghai Academy do that?" asked Yi Futian. "No, each of the 7 schools consists of cultivators from different classes. Each school has their own powerful figures backing them up. It's all really complicated. While they help develop the schools, these powerful figures are also trying to increase their own powers." Tang Wan lowered her voice and explained to Yi Futian. "So complicated," said Yi Futian. "Yeah," nodded Tang Wan. "Because things are this way, the competition between the schools is very rigorous, and they pick fights with each other all the time, but within the schools, everyone is very united. So, when Yuxing picked that fight with the group from the School of the Flirting Star, it was the equivalent of picking a fight with their whole school. I personally think it's best for you both to leave for the time being." Yi Futian smiled but did not say anything. Tang Wan continued, "Plus, Hua Jieyu was handpicked by the officials of the Emperor Star School as soon as she entered the academy. So, she's not among the ordinary student pool anymore. She cultivates up at the Emperor Star building. You wouldn't be able to go up there even if she was your girlfriend. She certainly is incredible," Yi Futian muttered to himself. He turned around and saw the crowd following from afar. Everyone saw what had happened between them and the students from the Flirting Star School and knew that group would never let them go so easily. So, now they followed Yi Futian and his friends in anticipation of what would happen next. If I leave now, would I lose face? Yi Futian asked for Tang Wan's opinion. She stared at him. How was he still in the mood to joke around? She had no idea what he was thinking. Just as they were speaking, a group of people approached looking almighty. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi, who had just been defeated by Yu Sheng, were also among them. The way they looked at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng was not friendly at all. They could not believe that he really chose to stick around. He really was not afraid to die. Yi Futian realized that his opponents had him and his friends surrounded. He looked to Mu Yunyi and said, "And here I was, wondering how arrogant you guys were. Is this all you've got?" Mu Yunyi could not say anything to that, but no matter what, they had to have their revenge. The group moved in closer to Yi Futian, determined and ferocious. Yi Futian asked Tang Wan, "Can I reject their challenge?" Tang Wan rolled her eyes. He would not leave when she told him to, and now that he has beaten these people up, he wanted to turn down their challenge. There was no way they were going to let him go. "Take care of yourself," Tang Wan said weakly. She then took several steps back without a word. Yi Futian stared at her, eyes wide, jaw open. Where was the loyalty? Different types of spiritual qi flowed crazily. The group of these people closed in on Yu Sheng carefully. "Yu Sheng, make a move," said Yi Futian. As soon as he spoke, Yu Sheng charged forward wildly. Several of the more powerful cultivators surrounded Yu Sheng. Their sorcery erupted all at once. Vines thicker than his arm curled around Yu Sheng's body, entangling his arms and legs. This was earth elemental sorcery. Soon, his entire body was buried beneath the vines. Ice seal. A gush of cold air rolled in and further buried Yu Sheng and the vines in a layer of ice. Boom! The loud sound had come from Yu Sheng's right foot. His ice-covered foot took a large step forward, and the spell was broken. Above his violent figure appeared a dim golden light, and he continued to charge forward at the opposing group. "Disperse," ordered the leader of the group. Immediately, a wind spell was cast over the whole group, aiding them in a speedy getaway. Then, the spell formed a bubble and encapsulated Yu Sheng. Yi Futian squinted his eyes at the scene. It was very obvious that the group benefited from having cultivators of different elements work together. This made them stronger in battle. The Mu siblings led a few people in Yi Futian's direction. Their hatred of him surpassed that of Yu Sheng, who was the one who had actually defeated them in battle. Two people charged at Yi Futian as their spiritual qi went haywire. From one of their bodies, the roar of a tiger was emitted, and his spiritual qi created a golden tiger. The person's speed also increased to that of a tiger. He pounced on Yi Futian with an outstretched hand. The hand as slightly curved, as if to mimic a tiger's paw. This person was a metal elemental cultivator of martial and divination arts. He was using metal elemental spiritual qi to fight in close range. "Third level of the glory plane," said Yi Futian. He could feel his opponent's aura. Yi Futian remained unmoved as a ferocious earth elemental force erupted from his body. Faintly, people were able to see a giant ape appear on Yi Futian's body. Born from the collection of spiritual qi, the ape possessed an inhumane amount of strength. Even though both animals had been formed from spiritual qi, Yi Futian's giant ape was obviously more intimidating than the tiger demon. As his opponent got closer, Yi Futian stuck out his arm. With one loud growl of the giant ape, the image of the tiger exploded. Following that, the giant hand of the ape demon wrapped around the opponent's neck and picked him up off the ground. A second later, he was smashed into the ground. The loud crash mimicked that of the Mu siblings' hearts. Yi Futian smiled at the two and proceeded to race towards them. At the same time, the second person had also approached Yi Futian without hesitation, was knocked out by a single punch. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi released their life spirits and were lifted into the air. Even though they had been injured during the previous fight, they were still capable of battle. At this moment, a bright light shone from Yi Futian's back as he ran. The wings of the rock carried him up into the air as well. At the speed of lightning, he flashed before the siblings. The body of a dragon, strength of an ape, and the agility of a rock. A mandate sorcerer with a rock spirit. People were amazed as they witnessed this scene. It was rare to meet a mandate sorcerer, but even more rare to meet a mandate sorcerer with a rock spirit. Different life spirits were able to bring the mandate sorcerer different levels of power. For example, both the rock and the golden eagle were wind and metal bi-elemental life spirits, but the power from the rock brought Yi Futian more power, making it super easy to defeat the golden eagle. Furthermore, life spirits grew along with the mandate sorcerers. Strong life spirits would only get stronger with time. Tang Wan was dumbfounded. No wonder Yi Futian was so arrogant, turns out he had every right to be. Watch out, warned Mu Yunqing. By the time he completed his warning, Yi Futian had already arrived in front of him. Mu Yunqing did not look too good. He proceeded to rush toward Yi Futian even though he knew his life spirit could not compare to that of Yi Futian, but he was in a higher plane. He did not believe he would lose to Yi Futian. The two orbs of golden light clashed in the air. The people below watched as the two continued their close-range combat. How can he be so strong? People questioned Yi Futian's powers as they watched him fight a cultivator of a higher level than himself. He even had the upper hand. Soon, Mu Yunqing was struck by Yi Futian's fist and lost his balance. In the next second, Yi Futian had already placed his foot on his body, slamming Mu Yunqing directly into the ground. This was too violent. Mu Yunyi began to run away again when she noticed Yi Futian's attention shifted to her. This time was no different from her battle with Yu Sheng. The only exception was that this time was more direct than the last. One punch and she was off. The Mu siblings were cruelly defeated twice in a day. This may leave a deep emotional scar on the both of them. Many people could not bear to look at Mu Yunyi. She was a pretty girl, after all. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng should have taken it easy on her. Back on Yu Sheng's side, there were also multiple people lying on the ground. Yu Sheng was too wild, just like the god of war. Had it not been for the alliance of different elemental sorcerers, no one would have been able to compete with Yu Sheng, not even the two 5-starred glory-playing cultivators. In a flash, Yi Futian attacked a wind elemental sorcerer in the air. Very quickly, the sorcerer was pushed far away. It was pitiful. The school of the flirting star is screwed, everyone thought to themselves. They had obviously underestimated Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's powers. The only ones standing now were the two 5-starred glory-playing cultivators. However, after Yi Futian joined Yu Sheng was like a beast who had just broken free. In one quick sweep, the whole lot was lying on the ground. They all looked so ferocious when they arrived, but now, pitiful, was the only word to describe them. Many people pitied the school of the flirting star. This was incredibly humiliating for them. Who were these two anyway? They were way too violent. A black winged eagle swooped down from the skies and landed by Yi Futian. Let's go, Yu Sheng. The two walked to the eagle. Tang Wan rolled her eyes at Yi Futian. He did know when to make an escape. My girlfriend will come looking for you. When she does, bring her to the Qin Gardens, Yi Futian whispered in Tang Wan's ear. Then, they mounted the black winged eagle and ascended into the vast sky. He wasn't really dumb enough to walk into the school of the Emperor Star screaming for his girlfriend. Remember, my name is Yi Futian. Yi Futian screamed. His words were heard by everyone down below. To the students of the Flirting Star School, his words were a form of mockery. Tang Wan thought of the words Yi Futian had left her with. A strange look crossed her eyes. Could this have been his true intention? Hua Jia will come looking for me, she mumbled to herself. At the thought of the beautiful girl, she shook her head lightly. She must have been overthinking. Yi Futian is always joking around. Maybe this was also a joke. In the air, Yi Futian watched as Donghai Academy got smaller and smaller. He then muttered under his breath, Fox, this was the only way I could think of to let you know. I'm here. Chapter 50. The news that students from the school of the Flirting Star were defeated soon spread around the Donghai Academy like wildfire. If it had merely been friendly competition within the academy, people wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, in this fight, two students who were known as geniuses at this academy were entirely crushed by two unknown boys below their planes. This was huge news. The news that students from the school of the Flirting Star were defeated soon spread around the Donghai Academy like wildfire. If it had merely been friendly competition within the academy, people wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, in this fight, two students who were known as geniuses at this academy were entirely crushed by two unknown boys below their planes. This was huge news. Besides, the audience may have somewhat embellished the details of the fight. They had told other students that one boy was a stud with explosive power like a monster. They claimed that it was impossible to find someone more talented than this strong guy in Donghai Academy, and in the future, he was going to be a legend. Still, a lot of prodigies at this academy didn't buy it. They considered the other boy a freak. He was a mandate sorcerer, specializing in both sorcery and martial arts. His natal spirit was a divine bird. What was even more impressive was that both his speed and his strength were at the top level. He had easily toppled Mu Yunqing, who was actually 2 planes higher than him. Plus, this boy was really arrogant. When he left, he had announced that people should remember his name, Yi Futian. People started to discuss their origin, and some of them came to Tangwan because she knew these boys. Students in the school of the Emperor's Star were also discussing. In fact, those truly powerful students didn't care at all. They had always believed that they were too talented to be compared to others. They had considered the friendly competition that had happened at the academy small. However, there were some among them who enjoyed gossiping about these small-time fights. Xu Yuyan was one of them. She was a lively girl who enjoyed making fun of people. On the top floor of the school of the Emperor's Star, Xu Yuyan entered the room, and she saw another beautiful girl standing beside the window, looking down at the scenery below. That was one of the spots where people were able to enjoy the full view of Donghai Academy. Hua Jieyu, my heart trembles even when I just see you standing there, Xu Yuyan started with a compliment. Hua Jieyu turned to her, smiled and said, "No more party invitations. I'm not going anywhere." I know, my goddess. Can't we just chat?" Xu Yuyan knew she had been misunderstood. "Did you know that something funny happened yesterday? Some students from the school of the Flirting Star were beaten up by outsiders, and more amazingly, the outsiders were in lower planes. Is it possible that some other academy in the city of Donghai sent these guys to intentionally provoke us?" Xu Yuyan started to talk about the exciting fight yesterday. "I don't know," Hua Jieyu answered. She seemed not to be interested at all. People said both of them were really cute. One was strong and wild as a beast, and the other one was particularly handsome. It was also said that a lot of girls witnessing the fight were hopelessly attracted to the boys. They fought over who was more handsome and charming, Xu Yuyan went on. "So, which one do you prefer?" Hua Jieyu smiled and asked. "I wasn't there." The handsome boy seemed to be really arrogant. He claimed that we should remember his name when he left. Xu Yuyan laughed. Did he truly believe that he was more talented than all the geniuses at this academy? "You seem to be curious enough about it," Hua Jieyu made fun of her. "And you're not curious at all. You know nothing but cultivation," Xu Yuyan refuted. Okay, I know you're not interested at all. See you." When she turned around to leave, she was mumbling, "Yi Futian, this name is arrogant enough to be remembered." Hua Jieyu heard the name, and her body trembled with shock. She stopped Xu Yuyan and asked, "What was that name again?" Xu Yuyan looked at her and said, "Yi Futian. It's the name of the handsome one." She was confused when Hua Jieyu heard the name and suddenly started laughing. This was the first time Xu Yuyan had seen such bright laughter on her face. She asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hua Jieyu was laughing too hard to stop at that moment. She didn't answer the question. "Come on, don't tell me you're attracted to him just because of his name." Xu Yuyan was really curious. No, I'm not. Hua Jieyu finally stopped laughing. She then asked, were there only 2 boys in the fight? They came with a student from the school of the minister's star, Tang Wan, Xu Yuyan told her. Okay, girl, thanks, Hua Jieyu responded. See you later. After Xu Yuyan left, Hua Jieyu was still smiling. She looked so cute now and mumbled, no wonder people said he was a bad boy. Then she summoned the wind to carry her and jumped out the window. The way she landed was almost like an angel had descended to the world. Tang Wan was busy after Yi Futian left, because quite a lot of people had asked her about Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. These boys entirely lit up the curiosity of students at this academy. What made it even more awkward for her was that some girls who were attracted to these boys came to her and asked her to invite the boys on dates. She didn't take these jobs because she couldn't just go to the Guqin garden and tell the boys to go on a date. It would be so embarrassing. Tang Wan, someone's looking for you. Tang Wan was upset. It was so troublesome to have to answer questions about the boys again and again. Could you please just ignore your curiosity? Tang Wan complained. However, the person calling her said this time was not only about curiosity. Who is it? Tang Wan asked. Just go and check. Tang Wan peeked outside. She saw a gorgeous girl waiting for her quietly outside the door. Tang Wan was suddenly reminded of what Yi Futian had said the day before. She now had a weird feeling that this girl was special. Come on, he wasn't joking. Hello, I'm Hua Jieyu, she smiled and introduced herself. Tang Wan was absolutely confident in her own beauty. However, she still felt a bit overshadowed when she saw the girl standing outside. I'm Tang Wan. Could you please bring me to the boy? Hua Jieyu asked politely. Tang Wan definitely understood who she was talking about. She nodded and said, follow me. Thanks. Hua Jieyu followed Tang Wan. People wondered why these girls were walking together because they didn't know each other before today. Do you know that guy? Tang Wan was so curious that she finally asked. Yep. The image of Yi Futian came into Hua Jieyu's mind, and she started smiling again. So he wasn't lying to me yesterday, Tang Wan mumbled. What did he say? Hua Jieyu asked her. Tang Wan looked at her for a while and said, he told me that you're his girlfriend. This guy. Hua Jieyu flushed. She was shy. Tang Wan finally realized that Yi Futian made such a scene yesterday only to let Hua Jieyu know that he was already at the academy looking for her. What a sly boy. In fact, she wondered if the students of Donghai Academy knew what had happened here, how many hearts would be totally broken. Nope, I do not admit that, Hua Jieyu tried to deny. However, her face was so red. How could Tang Wan believe her? When they entered the garden, they ran into Tang Lan. Greetings, Professor, Tang Wan said. Tang Lan was staring at Hua Jieyu. Naturally, Hua Jieyu reminded her of someone that had meant a lot in her life. Greetings, Miss Tang, Hua Jieyu also greeted. Girl, you look exactly like her when she was young. Tang Lan was amazed. Hua Jieyu knew that she was talking about her mother. She had spoken a lot with Tang Wan on the way here, and she knew who Tang Lan was. Tang Wan also knew that Hua Jieyu was the daughter of Hua Fenglu, whose wife was her rival for the affections of Hua Fenglu. She had doubted whether she should bring Hua Jieyu to this place. She felt as if she had made a mistake. Professor, Tang Wan faltered. It's not your fault, girl. Hua Jieyu, go to your father, Tang Lan sighed. Thanks, Miss Tang. Hua Jieyu walked into the garden with Tang Wan and Tang Lan following her. In front of the door, Hua Fenglu was sunbathing, and Yi Futian was playing the guqin. When they saw Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian stopped playing, and Hua Fenglu started to smile with kindness. Dad, Hua Jieyu couldn't help crying. Tang Wan had told her that her father was severely injured. The sadness of seeing her father like this entirely drove away the happiness of their reunion. Hey, girl, don't cry. Hua Jieyu hugged his daughter. However, he had even started crying himself. Yi Futian stood by their side quietly, watching the scene of the reunion. Tang Luan asked Tang Wan, how did she know they were here? Tang Wan briefly explained what had happened. Tang Luan was surprised by the crazy thing Yi Futian had done. She then turned to Tang Wan and warned her, this boy is such a troublemaker. No wonder Hua Fenglu told me to keep an eye on him. Stay away from him, girl. What are you talking about, Professor? Tang Wan was confused. Beautiful girls are just dangerous. Both of these girls are gorgeous. Hopefully, this boy will not make the same mistake as his professor did. Tang Luan sighed. She believed that Hua Fenglu had fallen into such a situation because of that woman. Now, Hua Jieyu looked exactly like that woman when she was young, but somehow even more beautiful. Tang Luan was afraid that several years later, when she became an adult, Yi Futian would run into troubles because of this beautiful girl, just like his professor had. No matter what, there was such a substantial coincidence between these two generations. Chapter 51. After crying for quite a while, Hua Jieyu finally looked up at her father. Her eyes were red and bloodshot as she asked, Father, what on earth happened after I left? How did things end up like this? After crying for quite a while, Hua Jieyu finally looked up at her father. Her eyes were red and bloodshot as she asked, Father, what on earth happened after I left? How did things end up like this? Silly girl, it's all over now. Look, I'm sitting here safe and sound, Hua Fenglu consoled her gently. Hua Jieyu stood up and turned to look at Yi Futian. What happened? Fox, it's my fault for not taking good care of Master. After you left, a monster tide washed over the city of Qingzhou. There were people who wanted to kill me, and Master ended up like this because he was trying to protect me, said Yi Futian. He still blamed himself for what had happened. Then, he remembered that Xia Fan was right here in Donghai City, and reminded himself that he had to get his revenge. It's not Yi Futian's fault. At the time, if he weren't so lucky, he would have been forced to his death on Mount Tianyao. You know I have a bad temper. Obviously I wanted to get revenge for him, but I was useless. I didn't manage to kill the enemy, but instead harmed myself in the process, smiled as he spoke. He was seemingly unbothered by it all. Is this true? Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian. He nodded lightly. Her tears fell once again. She walked up to Yi Futian with her arms outstretched and pulled him into her arms. Hua Jieyu rested her head on Yi Futian and said, Who allowed you to put yourself in danger? What would I do if you had died? Hua Jieyu's voice shook as she cried. The thought of her father being handicapped and Yi Futian almost dying after she had left them made her even more frightened. Yi Futian felt the warmth flood his body as she gently embraced him. He reached out his hands and wrapped them around her as well. He swore to himself to never let her cry like this again. Tang Wan stood not too far away. She shuddered as she witnessed the scene in front of her. It was true. The goddess of Donghai Academy had already given her heart to someone. If the students of Donghai Academy found out, many of them would impulsively want to kill Yi Futian. Tang Wan knew there were quite a few of the geniuses at school who failed in their attempts to get closer to Hua Jieyu. At that time, I didn't get to see you again yet. Of course, I couldn't die. You promised to compensate me, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu with a gentle voice. She lifted her head at him. She stared for a while then left his embrace. I already did. What? Yi Futian blinked in disbelief. That was it? What else were you expecting? Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. Then, just let me hold you for a little longer, Yi Futian requested as he took a step forward. Hua Jieyu stepped away from his advance and replied, Don't try to change the subject. Who did this to my father? Hua Jieyu knew Yi Futian was trying to cheer her up. He seemed to have a natural ability to do so. She was always happy when he was by her side. During the 3 months in which they spent every day together, the days went by in endless bickering. However, at the same time, he unknowingly made his way into her heart. Can you trust me to handle it? I will get revenge. As for Master's condition, I will most definitely find a way to heal him, said Yi Futian. This was something he had to take care of personally. He did not want Hua Jieyu to get involved. Hua Jieyu, just let Yi Futian handle it. It's perfect motivation for him. Hua Fenglu agreed with what Yi Futian had said. Hua Jieyu looked at both men and said, then, you have to promise me that you'll succeed. If I don't succeed in this, how would I be able to marry you? Asked Yi Futian. Who says that I will marry you? Hua Jieyu blushed as she stared shyly at Yi Futian. Can you lovebirds tone it down a little? It would be fine if it was just me, but there are other people here, said Hua Fenglu. Hua Jieyu turned around and realized that Tang Lan and Tang Wan were still in the room. Her red cheeks got even redder. Yi Futian, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. They'll get used to it, he said. Master, should we leave? Whispered Tang Wan. Yi Futian was too shameless. He's worse than his master, Tang Lan said weakly. Afterward, the two of them left, not wanting to disturb the group. Father, I want to stay here and take care of you, said Hua Jieyu. Sure, she felt better after crying and joking around with Yi Futian, but it would be impossible for her to recover from this sadness completely. Silly girl, you still have to cultivate. I will be fine here. Yi Futian and Ms. Tang Lan are here to take care of me. After seeing you, I feel so much better already, chuckled Hua Fenglu. Then I'll stay for today. You can't make me leave, said Hua Jieyu. Alright. Stay. I know you haven't seen Yi Futian in a while, laughed Hua Fenglu. I don't want to see him, said Hua Jieyu. Really now? Hua Fenglu looked at his daughter and could only laugh. Of course. Hua Jieyu nodded. How sad, sighed Yi Futian, and to think that I've been thinking of you every day and turning down advances from different girls. Looks like I'll have to rethink those opportunities now. You wouldn't dare, Hua Jieyu whipped around to glare at Yi Futian. Then, did you miss me? Yi Futian chuckled at her. Father, has he been flirting with other girls? She asked her father. Yi Futian blinked. Hua Fenglu wanted to laugh as he glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked so desperate that Hua Fenglu could only laugh. He kept to himself. Hua Fenglu answered. Yi Futian let out a sigh of relief. Then, yeah. I missed you every now and then, whispered Hua Jieyu ever so lightly, but Yi Futian heard her anyway. Seeing the timid expression on Hua Jieyu's face, Yi Futian felt that she was someone worth giving up others for. I'm going to go cultivate, said Yu Sheng. He could no longer listen to this. He walked towards the bamboo forest behind the building. Did they really have to act all lovey-dovey every time they saw each other? Hua Fenglu and the couple chuckled at Yu Sheng's words. Yi Futian called out to him, Yu Sheng. There are so many beautiful girls in Donghai City. If you find someone you like, I wouldn't mind being your wingman. Father said I can't be in a relationship, Yu Sheng said, not even turning his head to answer Yi Futian. But your father isn't here, so whatever I say, goes. Yi Futian shouted. Yu Sheng had already disappeared around the corner. Only 3 people remained standing in front of the building. Under the sunlight, the sadness melted away, replaced with warmth. At this moment, an elderly man approached from the outside of the Qin Gardens. The powerful, icy force he gave off seemed to cause the temperature within the Qin Gardens to drop a couple degrees as he stepped inside. A figure appeared and stood in front of the elder. It was Tang Lan. Realizing who was standing in front of her, Tang Lan froze for a moment. Then, with a cold demeanor, she asked, What are you doing here? Our young miss has been in there for quite some time now. Who did you guys bring her here to see? Asked the elder with an equally cold demeanor. You were stalking her? Asked Tang Lan. This isn't stalking, the elder said. He took a step forward and he was gone, his speed faster than the speed of light. Presumptuous, yelled Tang Lan. The whole Qin Gardens was able to hear her. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian were alerted by the noise. They looked up and saw two figures descending from the skies, quick and forceful as lightning. Hua Fenglu. The elder's gaze fell on Hua Fenglu. You dare to step foot in the city of Donghai? Nandaku, Hua Fenglu looked at the elder. You were following me? Asked Hua Jieyu. Young miss, you are a person of utmost importance. The family would never feel at ease if you were to step out alone. Within Donghai Academy, I would not dare to meddle in your activities. However, as soon as you step off the academy premises, I will be there to protect your safety, explained Nandaku. Nandaku, I am now a powerless person. I just wanted to come back to Donghai City for a visit, can't you guys let me be? Asked Hua Fenglu. Nandaku looked puzzled. The Qing devil was now powerless? Since you're already powerless, then I can let you go about your business. The family already gave in and allowed young miss to accompany you for 3 years. However, now that she has made it past the initial process of cultivation and has stepped into the critical period, the family doesn't wish for anyone or anything to distract her, said Nandaku. I'm just going to spend a little time with my father, then head back to Donghai Academy, said Hua Jieyu coldly. Young miss, please don't put me in a difficult position. All those years ago, the family already agreed to your stubborn requests. If you keep acting this way, then your father will definitely not be allowed to stay in the city of Donghai, said Nandu. You guys wouldn't dare. Hua Jieyu was furious. Hua Jieyu, you should go back. Hua Fenglu opened his mouth to speak. Father. The strong aura around Hua Jieyu dissipated as she turned to speak to her father. Hua Fenglu gave a warm and gentle smile. Sweetie, I'm fine here. Go back to cultivate at the academy and don't worry about me. Hua Jieyu felt terrible. She gave Nandaku another cold glare. You guys dare to treat my father this way, aren't you afraid that I'll retaliate once I complete my cultivation? Young miss, these things were decided by the family. I am not clear on the details. If you can recover the Nanda family's glory, I'm sure that they will be willing to grant your every wish, said Nandaku. Fine. That day will come, replied Hua Jieyu. She then turned to Hua Fenglu and said, Father, I'm going now. Go, said Hua Fenglu, still smiling. Then, Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. Their eyes met with longing and without a word, Hua Jieyu turned to leave the Qing gardens. Nandaku did not leave with her. After she left, he looked at Hua Fenglu and gave him a warning. You are clear that the family was not unwilling to accept you all those years ago, but it was you that could not become part of the family. But yet, you choose to reach for the stars and caused things to end up like this. You're lucky that young miss is extremely gifted. Her gift is a perfect combination of you and her mother. Therefore, the family will not allow anyone to get in the way of her cultivation. Hua Fenglu did not spare Nandaku a glance. The elder then turned to Yi Futian, who was standing beside Hua Fenglu, and asked, And who is he? My disciple, Yi Futian, answered Hua Fenglu. You brought your disciple with you? Are you setting all your hopes on him? Nandaku laughed at Hua Fenglu. That's some fantasy. You lost to him in the past. I bet now even his disciples are stronger than yours. When he was finally done, Nandaku turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Hua Fenglu said, One day, you will remember his name. I look forward to that day. Nandaku left after his last words, disappearing from the Qing gardens. Chapter 52. Yi Futian kept silent while watching all this happen, but deep inside, he was not as calm as he looked. Yi Futian kept silent while watching all this happen, but deep inside, he was not as calm as he looked. It took so much effort to meet his fairy again, and she had to leave soon after this reunion. It was understandable that he felt sad. You don't like this feeling, do you? Hua Fenglu perceived his gloom and asked him. Yi Futian nodded. Why shouldn't I be sad? Then just keep training and grow stronger. Hua Fenglu closed his eyes. He was also pissed off because Nandaku had told him that his life was hopeless. He could do nothing but put all his hope in Yi Futian. Although, he wasn't desperate, because he knew how talented Yi Futian was. With the inheritance from Emperor Yi Qing, as long as he kept cultivating, people in the city of Donghai and the Nanda family would eventually bow down to his power. Therefore, he was trying to get Yi Futian accepted into Donghai Academy, and it would be even better if one of the higher-ups of the academy picked him as a disciple personally. He needed a safe and promising environment for him to grow in. Yi Futian didn't respond to Hua Fenglu, but he felt hot-blooded. He needed to be strong enough to protect his professor and girlfriend. The only time Yi Futian went out was to buy inscribing pens and scrolls. Both scroll inscribing and guqin practice served as cultivation for him. They enhanced his mental power and ability in spiritual qi perception, which was critical for the development of a mage. As for martial arts techniques, he kept improving on the treasures Emperor Yi Qing had given him. With enough time, his body would be as invincible as the divine dragon and the snow ape. One day, Tang Wan came to their place. "I have good news for you guys," Tang Wan smiled. "What is it?" Yi Futian was curious. "Someone from the school of the finance star told me that you have been admitted," Tang Wan said. Yi Futian was confused and didn't believe it. "I guess some supervisor in that school heard about the fight. I think he must have heard about it from a student. Otherwise, they would have been looking for you guys even sooner," Tang Wan elaborated. The talents Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had demonstrated during that fight were obviously more than enough for them to be admitted. Unfortunately, there was no professor or supervisor in the audience. "Wow, we just benefited from kicking someone's ass," Yu Sheng mumbled. Yi Futian was also smiling. He was so happy that once he was admitted into Donghai Academy, it would be much easier to spend time with Hua Jieyu. "What are you talking about?" Hua Fenglu was doubtful about this admission. It is uncommon for a school in Donghai Academy to make an exception for applicants. "What did they do?" "Mr. Hua, you don't know what happened. The first time I brought them to Donghai Academy, they messed with some students from the school of the Flirting Star, because one of them, Mu Yunni, was being rude. These boys totally kicked their asses. This is how your daughter knew Yi Futian was here and asked me to bring her to you," Tang Wan explained. Hua Fenglu finally understood what had happened. The last time Hua Jieyu had come here, they were in such a rush that he didn't have time to ask for the details. Hua Fenglu gave Yi Futian a glance. He was a little bit mad that this boy had not told him about the fight. "Just go. Remember to take care of yourself," Hua Fenglu said. "All right, Professor, enjoy your private time with Miss Tang after we are gone," Yi Futian teased him. "Screw you." Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. "Bye, Professor." Yi Futian was still somewhat worried about Hua Fenglu. He was too injured to live alone. "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Tang Lan came in at this time. She knew that Yi Futian was worried, so she was trying to comfort him. "Thank you so much," Yi Futian said. Now he was settled. The Black Wind Eagle arrived and landed next to them. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Tang Wan got on her back, then she soon took off into the air. Yi Futian waved to Hua Fenglu, apparently reluctant to leave. "Good luck, boy. Your new journey has just begun." Hua Fenglu was smiling. "Looks like he's almost like a son to you. Why do you believe in him so much?" Tang Lan was curious. "Trust me, someday Donghai Academy will be proud of having such a student." Hua Fenglu was confident. Tang Lan was surprised and a bit confused. She believed that the confidence Hua Fenglu held for Yi Futian was much stronger than she could have imagined. Within each of the 7 schools at Donghai Academy, there were students of various classes for the purpose of diversity. However, there were also specific characteristics for each of them. It was all about the people who were supporting the schools. Students from the school of the Finance Star were known for great martial arts techniques. This was why the supervisor of this school had made an exception to admit Yi Futian and Yu Sheng without a test. According to those who had witnessed the fight, both of them were incredibly talented at martial arts, especially Yu Sheng. The admission of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng didn't quite cause a sensation at Donghai Academy, because only a few students had witnessed the fight, not to mention that most students just knew their names, but had never seen them. Besides, it had been a while since the fight took place. Tang Wan led them to the school of the finance star. They were well accommodated and brought around to tour the school. However, the supervisor who accepted them had not arranged a meeting with the boys. It was possible that he still wanted to give them some time to prove themselves first. Students in the school of the finance star lived in a separate area that consisted of dorms specifically assigned to them. In fact, the environment seemed to be better than that of Qingzhou Academy. "Who are you?" Someone passing by was curious about these new students. They had never met Yi Futian and Yu Sheng before. "I'm Yi Futian, and this is my best friend, Yu Sheng." Yi Futian was smiling. "Yi Futian. This name sounds familiar," the boy mumbled, and soon he remembered who they were. He quickly disappeared, and word started to spread in the school of the finance star that the students who kicked the asses of the students from the school of the flirting star had been admitted to this school. The word spread so quickly that suddenly, a lot of people were gathered around them. "Is this guy Yi Futian? Really, a 2-star Glory Plane student?" Yu Sheng looks exactly how people said. "He's such a big guy. Is he merely a martial arts cultivator, or he is actually hiding some powerful natal spirit? Wow, they're so cute," some girls were also gossiping. The students were curious about everything since they were so young. "Is there a library at this school?" Yi Futian asked Tang Wan. Tang Wan shook her head. "There is only one library at Donghai Academy, and it's located right in the center of the campus. The entry is free to every student, but no checkouts are allowed. You may only browse the books and scrolls inside." Yi Futian understood why checkout was prohibited. There were just so many students at this academy that books might be lost once checked out. "Let's go there," Yi Futian said. He had already reached the 2-star Glory Plane, but the spells he could initiate were still mostly basic. It was a huge waste of his talents. He believed that he was not supposed to give up sorcery cultivation even though his martial arts inheritance from Emperor Yi Qing was so powerful. A combination of both would definitely make him stronger. "Sure," Tang Wan nodded. She was surprised that he was not just a pretty boy like he looked and was in fact, quite diligent. The first place he had wanted to go to was the library. The scale of the library at Donghai Academy was much larger than that of the one at Qingzhou Academy. Besides, there was no limit for the students. Any student at this academy would be allowed to browse all the collections in this library. Donghai Academy was very generous about this. When Yi Futian entered the library, he was shocked by the comprehensiveness of the collection. There were books on general subjects like martial arts techniques, swords techniques, elemental spells, and even some very rare books on mental spells. He even found books about music spells, matrices, and scroll inscription. He totally understood why Hua Fenglu had insisted he study at this academy. During the following several days, Yi Futian spent all his time making his way through the entire collection. Meanwhile, the news that Yi Futian had been admitted to the school of the finance star finally spread all around the academy, including the school of the flirting star. They started looking for him everywhere and finally, they found him in the library. Yi Futian was reading books quietly when a group of angry people came up to him. Mu Yunqing spoke to him in rage. "Long time no see, Yi Futian. What's up?" Yi Futian didn't even raise his head. "Since you're now admitted into this academy, I guess it's time for us to get even about what happened last time." Mu Yunqing sounded really mad. "Are you challenging me?" Yi Futian looked at him with contempt. However, Mu Yunqing was not planning to fight by himself. "Someone from the school of the flirting star will represent me." "Who is it, and what plane is he in?" Yi Futian asked. Mu Yunqing realized that other people were looking at him and he faltered. "Are you still going to fight me together like you did last time?" Yi Futian was laughing. He was now a student at this academy, so people who fought him had to abide by the rules, which was one-on-one. Mu Yunqing was extremely embarrassed. He didn't say anything, and the group left crestfallen again. This incident soon spread around the academy. Students started to make fun of Mu Yunqing. They now considered him to be a total coward. Several days later, it was announced that Jing Yang, a student from the school of the Flirting Star, had openly issued a letter of challenge to Yi Futian. It caused a sensation at the academy. He was a 3-star glory plane mandate sorcerer, a true prodigy. He had been personally admitted directly by the supervisor of the school of the Flirting Star as a disciple. Usually, he didn't care about friendly competition, but now to save the reputation of his school, he challenged Yi Futian publicly. However, the response from Yi Futian left people totally speechless. "Sorry, I have no time for this." This was such a lame excuse to turn down the challenge. Students in the school of the Flirting Star accused him of being a real coward. Jing Yang, however, was not surprised. He told people that Yi Futian was just a so-so. Yi Futian wasn't disturbed by these comments at all. He still spent all his time on reading and cultivating, as usual. Chapter 53. There hadn't been many opportunities for Yi Futian to cultivate in peace. So naturally, he did not want to bother with the thought of the challenge. He did not know who Jing Yang was, and it did not matter if he was a prodigy. None of this had anything to do with Yi Futian. Defeating Jing Yang would only draw more attention to himself and would have no benefit for him. It might even bring about more problems. There hadn't been many opportunities for Yi Futian to cultivate in peace. So naturally, he did not want to bother with the thought of the challenge. He did not know who Jing Yang was, and it did not matter if he was a prodigy. None of this had anything to do with Yi Futian. Defeating Jing Yang would only draw more attention to himself and would have no benefit for him. It might even bring about more problems. The students of the school of the Flirting Star continued to throw insults at Yi Futian, but he paid them no attention. He was not listening to any of their comments. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Futian broke through another plane while he cultivated silently. He was now a 3-starred glory plane in both martial and divination arts. During his silent cultivation, he was also able to learn a large number of new spells. Yi Futian was attempting a battle tactic which was a combination of martial and divination arts in his dorm. He specialized in the sorcery of different elements, so if he was able to incorporate his powerful martial arts abilities into his sorcery, his combat would be able to reach new levels. Yu Sheng watched him from the side. He said to Yi Futian, "Of the 7 elements, you have cultivated in all of them with corresponding spells, all except for the element of water." Although Yi Futian could perceive all elements, he did not have a water elemental life spirit, so his gift in this element was on the weaker side. For the time being, he did not have the ability to cultivate the element of water. Other than that, he was at the highest level of cultivation in all of the other elements. His natal spirit was the world tree, which was wood elemental. He had already begun to cultivate in this element, even though he knew that there was a chance that the natal spirit would never be released in front of others. These are all spells chosen by me. There's no harm in learning more. Yi Futian smiled and said, "I have to step out and take care of some things, so I might not make it back tonight. Work hard on cultivating and quickly make it to the 4-starred glory plane." "Okay. I should be getting there," nodded Yu Sheng. His journey in cultivation was no easier than that of Yi Futian. Yi Futian mounted the Black Wind Eagle and was out of Donghai Academy. The Luo Palace was a palace in the city of Donghai. It was rumored that the master of the palace, Lord Luo, was a distant relative of the king of the Nanda nation. Other rumors had it that he was in the good graces of the imperial family, and was therefore named a lord. Regardless of the reason, he was the only person in all of the city of Donghai to be given such a title. Naturally, his status was everything but that of the ordinary. The Luo Palace was extremely dignified, and was a true family of power. There was a young man standing in front of the Luo Palace. It was Yi Futian. Outside the doors of the palace, people were busily scurrying around. The building was well decorated and there was a festive atmosphere in the air. Yi Futian knew that the master of the palace was having a birthday celebration. However, none of that mattered to Yi Futian. The only thing he cared about was Lord Luo. He was the only arcana plane healing sorcerer of the spirit element in all of Donghai City. He was the person that Tang Lan had refused to tell him about. Investigating this was the only thing Yi Futian did outside of cultivation. He was always thinking about Hua Fengliu's injuries. Yi Futian did not understand why Tang Lan had been so sure Lord Luo would refuse to help. He was not completely confident that he could get Lord Luo to agree to help heal Hua Fengliu, but he knew that he couldn't just sit around and do nothing. He found out that Lord Luo lived an isolated life and cared a lot about his reputation. Every year on his birthday he would hold an extravagant celebration. Yi Futian wanted to find out exactly what kind of person he was, and see if there was a chance to persuade him to help Hua Fengliu. Yi Futian owed this to Hua Fengliu. This was also what he had promised Hua Jieyu. It did not matter if he succeeded, he had to give it all he had. The steward noticed Yi Futian. A handsome young man, he thought. With a smile, he asked, "Is there something I can help you with, young master? May I ask if there will be dancing and music entertainment at Lord Luo's birthday celebration? I specialize in performing the guqin. If possible, I would like to play for Lord Luo at his birthday celebration," said Yi Futian. The steward smiled and replied, "The palace does not lack a guqin player. I am sure that I am more capable than your present personnel," Yi Futian continued. "If it's really not possible, then are you guys lacking in the errand boy department?" The steward looked at Yi Futian confused. The young man had an aura of elegance, and was obviously not an errand boy. "Young master, why are you so adamant on entering the palace?" asked the steward. His eyes squinted with suspicion. The steward was a clever man. "I just want to witness the extravagance for myself," Yi Futian said calmly, keeping his composure. "The palace has no shortage of guqin players or errand boys," the steward said, rejecting Yi Futian. Although one teenager couldn't do much harm, he could not simply grant him access to the palace. "Hey!" At that moment, someone from behind them called out in surprise. Yi Futian turned around and was met with two beautiful girls. The girl walking in front was especially beautiful. Yi Futian had met both of these girls aboard the ship on his way to the city of Donghai. "It's you?" the girl in front asked in surprise. She had thought that they were passing strangers, never to meet again. She would never have expected to run into him again, much less at a place like this. "Young Miss Lin Xie, is he a friend of yours?" asked the steward. Could the young man have come for the young miss? It couldn't be. She arrived only yesterday as a guest of the palace. "Yes," Lin Xie nodded. She smiled at Yi Futian. "What are you doing here?" "The young master says he is a guqin player and wants to perform during Lord Luo's celebration," said the steward. Since he was a friend of Lin Xie, there was no way he could say that Yi Futian came to be an errand boy. "Yeah," Yi Futian agreed. "Why don't we give him a chance?" Lin Xie asked the steward. The steward smiled helplessly but nodded anyway. "Since young miss has spoken, then I guess we can give him a chance. Young master, this way please." The group walked into the palace. Lin Xie and Xiao He were on either side of Yi Futian. Lin Xie asked, "Didn't you say you were coming to Donghai City to attend school? Why do you want to be a guqin player at the palace?" "That's right. I'm attending Donghai Academy now. I just wanted to come explore the palace and see what it's like," replied Yi Futian with a smile. "You're lying." Xiao He snickered. "When you arrived in Donghai City, the spring quarter exams were already over. How could you have gotten into the academy already? Are you making things up to attract Lin Xie's attention?" "Stop with the nonsense, Xiao He," said Lin Xie while trying to suppress a smile. While this was going on, they failed to notice Yi Futian shrugging his shoulders in defeat. He felt helpless. Every time he told the truth, nobody was willing to believe him. "Oh right. What are you doing here? Do you live in the Luo Palace?" Yi Futian asked curiously. Lin Xie shook her head. "The elders of my family know Lord Luo, so the younger generation of the family is also familiar with him. I came this time to visit him. I can introduce some people to you. I see, Yi Futian nodded slightly. It looked like Lin Xie was the young miss of a noble family. It was no wonder that her every gesture and way of speech flowed with such elegance. What kind of person is Lord Luo? Yi Futian asked her in a low voice. Tang Lan had said that it was impossible for Lord Luo to agree to help. If it was simply because of his proud and aloof personality, then it was not a problem, but if it was because Lord Luo and Hua Fenglu had some sort of rivalry going on, then maybe it really was impossible to persuade him to help. Stern, but kind. It really depends on the situation, smiled Lin Xie. The group arrived in the garden area. There was a person playing on the guqin, as well as dancers. They seemed to be rehearsing for tonight's performance. It was obvious that they would not want to make any mistakes at Lord Luo's birthday celebration. It was best to prepare beforehand. The steward went to whisper to the guqin player, then turned to Yi Futian. Would you like to give it a go? Sure, nodded Yi Futian. The guqin player got up and gave his seat to Yi Futian. When Yi Futian's fingers finally met with the chords of the guqin, the aura around him shifted. It was now quiet and peaceful. A touch of elegance added on to his already outstanding looks. His long fingers flew over the chords, strumming them as he moved. The sound of the guqin played and the original guqin player's expression darkened. The music played softly, and everyone was being drawn in. That's enough. I admit defeat, the guqin player smiled bitterly and shook his head. Being able to create a certain mood was an important part of playing the instrument. Even though Yi Futian was young, he was able to play as if he had years of experience. Yi Futian played at a level that he could not reach. However, the guqin player had no idea that Yi Futian was a musical sorcerer, and was able to surpass ordinary guqin players like himself even without musical spells. If it's like this, then young master, you should stay here today and learn the pieces you need to play tomorrow. How does that sound? Asked the steward. All right. Thank you. Yi Futian smiled. Lin Xie, what are you doing here? At that moment, a group of youths approached from afar. We were just looking for you. What brings you here to observe the rehearsal? Asked one of the youths in the group. The group Yi Futian was standing in all turned their heads towards the voices. All of them had a magnificent aura around them. They must all either be from prominent families or the Luo Palace. My friend is playing the guqin here, so I came to check it out, explained Lin Xie. Your friend? One of them looked at Yi Futian. Yeah, he's a guqin player. He wants to play at tomorrow's birthday celebration, nodded Lin Xie. Oh, I see, one of the youths lost interest as soon as he heard guqin player. He continued, Lin Xie, let's go. Someone is coming. Okay, nodded Lin Xie. She turned to give Yi Futian a quick wave goodbye. Yi Futian returned the gesture with a smile. Who is it? Lin Xie asked the group of youths as they walked away from Yi Futian. Zhou Mu, replied one of them. Lin Xie's eyes lit up. She heard that Zhou Mu was already a 5-starred glory plane conjurer. He was highly gifted just as his master had been years ago. Oh right, Lin Xie. How did you end up making friends with a guqin player? Asked a young woman in the group. We met once by chance, she answered. Is it because of his good looks? Teased the young woman. Lin Xie smiled but did not reply. Yi Futian was handsome, even more so when he was playing his instrument, but it was unfortunate that he was a mere guqin player. In addition, he seemed to be boastful and a liar, but Lin Xie thought that it might be because he was too prideful. Lin Xie did not invite Yi Futian to join the group, nor did she introduce him to them. Yi Futian knew that a guqin player like himself did not belong in a group with the nobles. However, they had only been strangers to begin with, so Yi Futian really did not mind. Besides, he had not entered the palace to get to know that group of youths anyway. Chapter 54. All the music and dances for the birthday banquet of Lord Luo had been settled, and the musician left after he had taught Yi Futian the songs he was assigned to play. The steward also repeatedly told him some do's and don'ts for the next day. All the music and dances for the birthday banquet of Lord Luo had been settled, and the musician left after he had taught Yi Futian the songs he was assigned to play. The steward also repeatedly told him some do's and don'ts for the next day. Yi Futian was left in the palace to rehearse with a group of girls. Their figures and facial features were all top-notch, especially the leader. She was about 18 years old, extraordinarily sexy, but with a face full of the youthfulness of a younger girl. When she was dancing in that dress made of chiffon, it was possible for any man to fall in love with her. Yi Futian kept his head low while playing the song. A sweet and charming voice suddenly spoke. "Why don't you raise your head?" A gorgeous face soon appeared in front of him. He smiled and replied, "You are so charming that once I see you, I feel distracted." "You do know how to compliment girls," she chuckled. Her skirt swung onto the guqin. "Just come and join us." She started dancing again and seemed to be luring him intentionally. Most of the musicians were just old men, so she was surprised that the assigned musician this time was such a young and pretty boy. "Sorry miss, I have a girlfriend," Yi Futian smiled at her. The girl was dumbfounded for a moment, then started chuckling again along with the girls around her. "What are you talking about?" "Remember, my name is Yunro, and in the future, I will marry a very powerful cultivator." "You are too young to pique my interest," Yunro made fun of him. "Nice to meet you." "I'm Yi Futian," he replied, and then the rehearsal continued. They told Yi Futian that tomorrow, at the birthday banquet of Lord Luo, there would be many influential people of the city of Donghai attending. However, these girls didn't have any further information. In this continent, the talents of cultivation determined everything. Even a gorgeous girl who was born to a mundane family could not gain much advantage from her beauty. She might marry a powerful cultivator, but most likely, she'd end up a concubine rather than a wife. Even worse, since powerful cultivators tended to look for younger women, affairs would become an inevitable fate on the man's side of the marriage as time went by. The next day, the Luo palace became boisterous in the morning. A lot of servants were busy preparing for the banquet and hosting the visitors. The rehearsals kept going. After lunch, there started to be more and more visitors crowding into the banquet room. Yi Futian and the girls were already in place. The banquet was opulent. The center spot was reserved for Lord Luo, the guest of honor, as he was the one being celebrated. Then, there were seats arranged in rows on both sides of Lord Luo's spot. Apparently, the people who were seated closer to Lord Luo were of higher status in this city. There was a broad space between these two rows, and behind the seats, there was a stage with a golden carpet. That was where Yi Futian and the girls were to perform. It was designed to liven up the banquet without distracting the guests. Before the guests were seated, the show had already started. The whole room was filled with laughter. Lin Xie and Xiao He were among the first group of people entering the room. While they were getting ushered into their seats, Lin Xie noticed Yi Futian and smiled at him. "Such a pity that you're rarely attracted to a boy, and the one you pick is only a musician," Xiao He joked. Lin Xie gave her a stare. "Stop that." A pretty handsome boy came to them and asked with a smile, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, Mr. Luo," Lin Xie shook her head. "Xie, people told me that you brought that musician to this place. Is he your friend?" the boy asked. "We've met twice. He told me that he wanted to come here and broaden his horizons, so I did him a favor." "You're fine with that, aren't you?" Lin Xie answered. "It's okay. In fact, if he wants to, he can stay here as long as he wants." The boy was still laughing. "Okay, I'll ask him after the banquet is over," Lin Xie said. "Sure. See you later." The boy left. Xiao He whispered to Xie, "Young Lord Luo seemed to be attracted to you, girl. I already told you to stop." Lin Xie felt awkward. "I'm serious. I know he doesn't look as cute as Yi Futian, but what about his status?" Xiao He didn't want to stop. Lin Xie gave up, She knew that this girl liked to joke. Young girls had all kinds of fantasies. Apparently, Futian did not understand what they were thinking at all. Suddenly, someone entered the room, walking with majestic steps. He was apparently of high status in this place. People stopped chatting and greeted him, "Happy birthday, Lord Luo." Futian also raised his head and looked at Lord Luo. He had an absolutely commanding and dignified appearance. "Long time no see, Lord Luo. You actually look younger than the last time we met," someone walked up to him and said. "Lord Luo, happy birthday from the Lin family." People started to queue up to send birthday congratulations. "Lord Luo, happy birthday from the Xia family," a bright and clear voice sounded. "I appreciate it, Lord Xia," Lord Luo replied with a smile. The title of Lord Luo was merely conferred without substantial authority. In fact, Xia Feng, the head of the Xia family, was the most powerful man in this city. Still, there were some other people almost equally dignified in this city, such as the head of the Nanda family, the supervisors of schools at Donghai Academy, and a few others. Behind Xia Feng, there was a young man who bowed slightly to Lord Luo. "Greetings, Lord Luo. I'm Xia Fan." "Mr. Xia Fan, you have grown up." Lord Luo complimented. "Don't praise him, Lord Luo. He's been dawdling all the time." "With your compliment, I'm afraid it's going to be worse," Xia Feng joked. Coincidentally, Futian raised his head at this moment, and soon noticed Xia Fan. The moment he saw Xia Fan, he gave him an icy glare. After Xia Feng and Xia Fan were seated, Xia Fan started enjoying the show. When he saw Yunro, he felt very attracted to this beautiful girl. However, soon he noticed that Futian was sitting behind her, playing. He frowned and felt very confused. How could Futian be here? How had he survived after jumping into the canyon? Had the ferocious snow ape just let him go? Futian was also looking at Xia Fan. They stared at each other, and Futian perceived the contempt in Xia Fan's eyes. Xia Fan had believed Futian was just a nobody, someone that Xia Fan did not care was alive or dead. Xia Fan was the young lord of Donghai province. He could entirely ignore Futian due to their vast gap in status. He knew that Hua Fenglu, the only patron of Futian, was now crippled. The only thing he felt frustrated about was that his uncle had died at the hands of the snow ape in that fight. "Who are you looking at?" Xia Feng asked. "Nothing. I just saw someone interesting," Xia Fan responded. It was extremely interesting that the disciple of the Guqin devil was now serving in this room as a musician. Futian became peaceful and kept playing. He wasn't worried about running into Xia Fan at this place. He was already a student of Donghai Academy, so no one would be allowed to try to kill him this time, no matter how powerful they were. "Happy birthday from the Nanda family," another congratulation came. Lord Luo looked at the person approaching and started laughing. "Long time no see, Mr. Nandu." There were two men from the Nanda family. One was middle-aged, and one was young. They were Nanda Wenshan and his son, Nanda Kai. They had come here on behalf of the Nanda family. Since they were the leaders of the Nanda family, attending this banquet represented the respect they held for Lord Luo. "Long time no see, Lord Luo," Nanda Wenshan replied. Lord Luo ushered these two into the seats closest to himself. "So, Wenshan, you do come here," another voice said, and Nanda Wenshan stood up from his seat to greet the new group of people that had just entered the room. "Why did you come here together?" Nanda Wenshan laughed. "We met each other on the way here." One of them had a complexion as clear as jade. He was casually dressed for this banquet, but it was obvious that he was not someone common. The other one was an old man, but still in good shape. He laughed at Lord Luo and greeted him. "I am here on behalf of Donghai Academy." "Thanks so much," Lord Luo replied with his body slightly bowed down. He then ushered these two men into their seats, also the ones closest to him. This group of people was now having a conversation. They were among the most influential people in the city. Mr. Art Saint has been friends with Lord Luo for a long time. He's attended his birthday banquet every year. It's said that Mr. Art Saint has reached a higher plane than he was in last year. The person who is with him actually runs the school of the Emperor Star at Donghai Academy. I believe the young man behind him must be Zhou Mu. He is already a 5-star glory plane invoker, a true genius. People say that Art Saint is trying to form a political marriage between Zhou Mu and the daughter of the Nanda family. I think Art Saint is trying to make up for his mistakes of the past. I'm afraid that this job is not going to be easy. The princess of the Nanda family is supremely gorgeous, talented, and so treasured by the Nanda family that they don't want to trade her for political interest, people were whispering to each other. They lowered their voices to avoid being heard, but Yi Futian still learned a lot of information from all the talk. He looked at the middle-aged man with the bright complexion and realized that this man was Art Saint, who had destroyed Hua Fengliu's natal spirit. He soon understood why Tang Lan had told him it would be impossible to ask for help from Lord Luo. Lord Luo was longtime friends with Hua Fengliu's nemesis. He felt upset, as it seemed that his attempt to get help was all in vain. However, he had obtained a lot of information about the political situation in the city of Donghai. He was still curious about the relationship between Hua Jieyu and the representative of the Nanda family. Chapter 55. Upon the arrival of the guests, the celebration began. Drinks were exchanged and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. The older partygoers formed their own small circle while the younger partygoers did the same. Other than presenting their gifts and exchanging words of common courtesy, everyone was discussing interesting new happenings within the city of Donghai. Somewhere along the line someone brought up the topic of Qingzhou City. Upon the arrival of the guests, the celebration began. Drinks were exchanged and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. The older partygoers formed their own small circle while the younger partygoers did the same. Other than presenting their gifts and exchanging words of common courtesy, everyone was discussing interesting new happenings within the city of Donghai. Somewhere along the line someone brought up the topic of Qingzhou City. I heard that the historical remains of that person were discovered in the city of Qingzhou, and that you even went to investigate personally. Is that true, Xia Fan? Someone asked with their sights set on Xia Fan. By that person, they obviously meant Emperor Yi Qing, but because he was a taboo character in the divine prefectures of the East Sea, it would be inappropriate to use his name in a public place such as this. It is true indeed. However, a demon king, or perhaps even higher-leveled snow ape demon stood guard there and we were unable to enter. My younger brother even lost his life at the hands of that monster, said Xia Feng. What Chief Xia Feng said is true. I wanted to take part in it like every else and traveled to Qingzhou City. Indeed, no one was able to get close to the historical site. I heard that the path was blocked by demons and monsters, said Lin Xia's father. Many people nodded in agreement. Many powerful individuals have sent their people to Qingzhou, but they all returned with no results. If really was a demon of higher level than a demon king, then forget about us. Probably even the Nanda nation wouldn't be able to do anything about it, someone sighed. Hearing their words, Yi Futian felt a twinge of sadness. If the snow ape had not refused to leave the mountains, then Yi Futian would not have to beware of his every move in Donghai City. He would have been able to do whatever he pleased, even in the Nanda nation. Yi Futian debated whether or not he should find time to head back to Mount Tianyao to persuade the snow ape to leave with him. Brother Lin, your daughter, Lin Xia should be about 16 years old now, right? She's getting more beautiful by the day, said Lord Luo. His eyes drifted to Lin Xia in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes contained a hint of timidness. Thank you for your compliment, Lord Luo, said Lin Xia's father. Has she been betrothed? Asked Lord Luo. Not yet, but she is still young. She is still focusing all her attention on cultivation. There's no hurry, answered her father. That is true, but looking around this venue, there are many worthy young men. It couldn't hurt to meet them, chuckled Lord Luo. Speaking of worthy young men, I heard that the Art Saint's disciple, Zhou Mu, is already in the 5-starred glory plane, Lin Xia's father said. He looked over at Zhou Mu, who stood behind the art saint. It's all thanks to Master's guidance. Zhou Mu smiled lightly in response. Nanda Kai beside Nanda Wenshan does not pale in comparison to Zhou Mu, the art saint said modestly as he looked at Nanda Wenshan. Nanda Kai is slightly older and his gift is not half bad, but in comparison with Zhou Mu, he is still lacking. He will need to work harder, said Nanda Wenshan. How is she doing? The art saint asked suddenly. Nanda Wenshan was stunned, but then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, my younger sister is still the same. I heard that her daughter is back and is an exceptional person. Zhou Mu keeps pestering me to let them meet, the art saint continued to speak. Everyone exchanged a look. Indeed, the art saint was trying to set up his disciple with the young miss of the Nanda family. Shockingly, he did not seem to care that she was the Guqin devil's daughter. It was probably a love someone and love everything about them type of situation. After all, the art saint had always been madly in love with that person. It is true, Hua Jieyu is exceptional. She is now practicing cultivation at the school of the Emperor Star within Donghai Academy. Nanda Wenshan smiled. Upon hearing this exchange, his heart was no longer calm. The art saint wanted to set up his disciple with Hua Jieyu. In addition, it seemed that Nanda Wenshan was the older brother of Master's wife, which would make him Hua Jieyu's uncle. Hua Jieyu's gifts are top-notch within the Emperor Star School. It would be hard to find a person who could compare with her in all of Donghai Academy, said an elder of the school of the Emperor Star. Since Hua Jieyu was a student of his school, he knew quite a bit about her. You guys are all complimenting her. It makes me want to meet the young miss of the Nanda family. Lord Luo laughed. Hua Jieyu. Xia Fan's lips twitched into a wicked smile. His eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was playing the guqin. In the city of Qingzhou, he had seen Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian together by the lake. The relationship between the two did not seem like that of ordinary friends. Xia Fan wondered, what would happen if the Nanda family found out the ambiguous relationship between Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian? Just the thought of this brought a smile to Xia Fan's face. Of course, there were other ways to crush Yi Futian. He did not have to do it this way. If he were to expose their relationship in a setting like this, he might offend the Nanda family. After all, they were a big, powerful family, and cared a lot about their reputation. Hua Jieyu was also the apple of their eyes. They would not permit anyone to try to drag her through the mud. Yi Futian felt that something was amiss and lifted his head to look at Xia Fan. Right now, everyone was talking about Hua Jieyu, so Yi Futian knew immediately what Xia Fan might have been thinking. He could not help but raise his eyebrows at Xia Fan. As a person, Xia Fan was sinister and treacherous, a truly despicable person. Yi Futian had gotten a taste of this back in the city of Qingzhou. When the chance comes, I shall have Hua Jieyu come to pay respect to you, Lord Luo. Nanda Wenshan smiled at Lord Luo's words. You should stop talking about Hua Jieyu now. Since we have so many talented young people gathered here today, and since Lord Luo is in such a good mood, why don't we have the youngster perform? That's right. This would be the perfect opportunity to catch a glimpse at all the young talent in the city of Donghai, someone chimed in. This piqued Lord Luo's interest as well. Thus, he went on to say, then, let's have any youngsters willing to perform show off their skills in front of us elders. There shall be hefty rewards for the best performances. Lin Xia, how about you go first? Lord Luo set his sight on Lin Xia. She blinked a couple times then nodded with a smile. With light steps, she carried herself to the middle of the crowd. Lord Luo, I hope you will enjoy my lacking performance. After she spoke, water spiritual qi began to gather around her. Her hands danced in the air, carrying the spiritual qi with her every movement. Slowly, the character for longevity formed in midair and floated towards Lord Luo. It only disappeared once it had reached him. Lin Xia, you're already a 3-starred glory plane sorcerer. How fast! That was very interesting, complimented Lord Luo. "Thank you for your compliments," said Lin Xie. She bowed to him and retreated into the crowd. A young man stepped up. "I will perform a sword dance for you, Lord Luo." He drew out the sword he carried on his person, and it began to dance through the air. With every slash of the sword a stroke was left in the air. When the young man finished his performance, 5 words were left in midair: "May you achieve boundless eternity." Nice! Many people applauded him. Following that, other youths continued to put on their performances to present their blessings and best wishes to Lord Luo. At the same time, they were able to put their talents on display. Their performances brightened up the atmosphere of the party venue. "Brother Hua, does your disciple not wish to perform?" Someone asked the art saint. The art saint's surname was Hua, a different Hua from Hua Fenglu. "Go," commanded the art saint. "Yes, master," answered Zhou Mu. Stepping up, he held a pencil in his hand. Then, he laid out a large piece of paper on the bright golden-yellow carpet. Zhou Mu bent down and began to draw. It's rare to see Zhou Mu in action. "We are all so lucky to be able to witness the art saint's disciple in action," said one of the youths in the crowd. All the youngsters at the venue admired Zhou Mu. "I've never seen a conjurer in action before, so I don't know what it's like," said a young girl. Her eyes glowed in interest as she observed Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu drew with great speed. His movements were natural and graceful. Lord Luo complimented, "Brother Hua, your disciple has such a grand aura for a person of his age." "That's true," everyone else agreed. Even Yunro and her group of dancers tried to look on as they danced. Yi Futian was also aware of all the happenings, despite playing with his head down. He was thinking to himself. Hua Fenglu and the art saint were old rivals, not only in power, but also in love. To be able to take mistress away from someone like the art saint, Yi Futian could only imagine how charming Hua Fenglu must have been in the past. If Hua Fenglu did not have his powers disabled, then he probably could have been admired and respected like the art saint. To have ended up in his situation, Yi Futian felt really bad for Hua Fenglu. Zhou Mu drew as Yi Futian played the guqin. One was the disciple of the art saint, one was the disciple of the guqin devil. However, everyone's focus was on Zhou Mu. Finally, Zhou Mu's work was complete. A fire phoenix escaped from the artwork and circled the skies above. Covered in the flames, it let out a screech. Then, it landed by Lord Luo's side and began to dance for him. "Bravo! Wonderful! The phoenix is a symbol of success. What a wonderful omen. We wouldn't have expected anything less of the young art saint." Everyone was full of praise for Zhou Mu. Even Lord Luo gave him a look and smile of approval. He said, "You shall be rewarded, thank you, my lord." Zhou Mu bowed and then returned to his spot by his master. Watching Zhou Mu, I was reminded of a person. A couple days ago, Nanda Ku paid a visit to the Guqin Gardens and saw Hua Fenglu, said Nanda Wenshan. In a split second, he had captured everyone's attention. The Guqin devil was back in the city of Donghai. However, he's handicapped now and is being protected by Tang Lan. He even took in a disciple, Nanda Wenshan elaborated. Handicapped? Everyone was shocked. Even the art saint was surprised. What a shame. Why is it a shame? Even if he weren't handicapped, he wouldn't dare show his face in front of you, art saint. Someone laughed. That's right. In the past, Hua Fenglu had no understanding of his own capabilities and brought the humiliation onto himself. Who would have thought he would still have the nerve to come back after becoming disabled? Would he even be able to groom the disciple he took in? If his disciple met with Zhou Mu, he would probably have to walk in the other direction. Another person mocked Hua Fenglu. He can only live under someone else's protection now. Why is he even thinking about anything else? People began to speak up against Hua Fenglu. All their words were meant to suck up to the art saint. Xia Fan watched Yi Futian. He could not wait to see how long it would take for Yi Futian to explode in anger. Just as everyone was enjoying their time making fun of Hua Fenglu, they were interrupted by the sounds of the guqin. The style has shifted. The once soft notes were getting louder and faster as well. Slowly, Yunro and the other dancers became influenced by the music. The women began to dance their hearts away, their long dresses flowed with their movements. They all looked like goddesses. Under the influence of the music, the youngsters got more excited and the elders were in an even better mood now. The atmosphere of the entire party venue was pushed to the highest point. "What piece is this?" asked the art saint. His eyes drifted toward Yi Futian. Not only him, but the other high authority figures as well felt something amiss. Their emotions were being controlled by the music. The youths at the party were getting agitated and the dancers on stage looked like they were unable to pull themselves away from the music. Behind the stage, a young man was playing his instrument silently. He seemed to be in a world of his own. His looks could be said to be one of the best amongst the younger partygoers. When he played, he released a mystical force that was incorporated into his music. The melody of the white feathers garment. "Who are you?" The art saint's gaze sharpened and his utterance interrupted the music. Many people began to wake up from their previous trance. They all stared at the young Guqin player in shock. They watched as the young man lifted his head slowly. His eyes were clear and clean with no sense of lowliness. Looking towards Lord Luo, he spoke. "I am the Guqin devil's disciple, Yi Futian. I am here to convey blessings in place of my master with a single piece. The melody of the white feathers garment." Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Please, bring it on. Chapter 56, Please, bring it on. The boy was not talking loudly, but his voice was still rather firm. Suddenly, the banquet was silenced. "Yi Futian, disciple of the Qin devil, hereby delivers happy birthday to Lord Luo with white feather garments, on behalf of my master." People were surprised that this young musician was the disciple of the Qin devil. The white feather garments had totally taken over their mind, which indicated that there was strong mental power contained in that music spell. The power was especially demonstrated by the young men and women who started dancing along. If not for the interruption from the art saint, they would still be possessed by the mental power in that song. Yunro now looked at Yi Futian with absolute surprise. This seemingly careless boy was actually quite powerful. The song he just played, the melody of white feather garments, was one of the most renowned royal waltzes. It was said that if this song was played by a powerful sorcerer that specialized in music spells, people listening to it would soon be trapped into a world of illusion. Lin Xie and Xiao He were also looking at him. They felt shocked that this ordinary young musician was in fact the disciple of the famous Qin devil. So, was he a musical sorcerer? "Yi Futian, where did I hear this name before?" Some students of Donghai Academy were mumbling, because this name rang a bell for them. Soon, they realized who he was, and wondered if this boy was the same person who recently became famous in Donghai Academy. Art Saint and Lord Luo were both staring at Yi Futian, feeling confused. They never anticipated that the disciple of the Qin devil would show up in this banquet as the musician. If Nanda Wenshan had not mentioned the Qin devil, or people had not satirized him, this boy would still be playing peacefully. Nanda Wenshan heard from Nanda Ku that the Qin devil had high expectations for this disciple. He realized the reason. According to the vibe of this boy, he was almost the younger version of Qin devil. Now, silence haunted the place. It was just too dramatic for the disciple of the Qin devil to show up in this situation. Xia Fan was sneering at Yi Futian. He did not believe that Yi Futian actually dared to announce his identity under these circumstances. Meanwhile, Yi Futian stood up, and bowed slightly to the person running the School of Emperor Star in Donghai Academy. "Greetings, Professor, from Yi Futian, the School of Finance Star. You are a student of that school?" The supervisor was surprised about the fact that the disciple of the Qin devil was currently studying at the School of Finance Star. Obviously, he did not pay much attention to this boy, who had recently become rather famous in Donghai Academy. "I was admitted recently." Yi Futian took out the name tag from his pocket. The supervisor from the School of Emperor Star nodded slightly, without saying anything. At that moment, Xiao Fan's face turned very pale. He could not believe that Yi Futian had been admitted to Donghai Academy. With his identity as a Donghai Academy student, and that this was a public birthday banquet, it would be difficult to do anything to him. Even though the supervisor from the school of Emperor Star seemed not to like Yi Futian, as long as he was a student in Donghai Academy, people could hardly be harsh to him. Lin Xie was looking at Yi Futian, totally distracted. She remembered that Yi Futian used to tell her that he was studying at Donghai Academy. At that time, she believed that he was bragging, but it seemed that he was actually telling the truth. In fact, she should not be blamed. She met Yi Futian on a ship to this city, and at that time, the spring term entry test had ended. That was why she and Xiao He both believed Yi Futian was bragging. So, there remained only one possibility for Yi Futian to enter Donghai Academy. Yi Futian was well appreciated by someone running the School of Finance Star, so a rare exception was made for him. She totally realized what it meant. Yi Futian was possibly much more talented than other students in Donghai Academy. Other people were also confused about this admission. Donghai Academy was the best school in this province, and Yi Futian was given an exception soon after he arrived. Zhou Mu, the disciple of Art Saint, was well known for his extraordinary talents. However, now, the disciple of the Qin Devil stepped out, and shocked the whole audience with white feather garments, which indicated that he was also unusual. Things were getting interesting. That's a good song. How's your master doing? Lord Luo asked him, his voice monotone. Yi Futian played that song as a birthday gift, so he must not lose his politeness in this situation. My professor was set up by a villain, and has been crippled for a while. Now he is peacefully living in his own garden, unbothered by the mess happening outside. Yi Futian sounded peaceful. However, Xia Fan felt mad. He had just been referred to as a villain. People looked at him. This youth said only what was necessary. He told them that Qin Devil was now living on his own, crippled, and did not care about that what was going on outside. This speech successfully prevented further trouble for his professor. Today, I was going to play the song peacefully to entertain the guests here, and did not intend to interrupt the fun going on. However, so many people started to insult Mr. Hua Fenglu. He glanced at the audience and kept talking. I am not a great student, but still, I have dignity, so does my professor. I cannot act like nothing is going on when people are insulting my professor. I know there are a lot of talented young men in this place who have some negative impressions of him. I will accept any challenge if you believe I am not being appropriate. He paused for a second, then stared at those who insulted Hua Fenglu. Please, bring it on. He was only 16 years old, and now there were so many big chiefs of this city sitting in the room. However, the way he talked was neither humble nor pushy. Every word from his mouth was firm and solid. The talented young men were showing off their achievements and complimenting each other. However, suddenly, someone who had been silent announced that he would challenge any one of them. How dramatic was this? The Qin Devil definitely deserved a disciple with such guts. People did not know what to say. The girls who used to talk with him felt that, in the past, they did not know him at all. The true self he hid was so different. Those who insulted the Qin Devil now looked embarrassed. This boy was acting polite, yet had a firm will. They were totally overshadowed by his personality, not to mention being challenged. What plane are you on, boy? Lord Luo asked to err on the side of caution. If he was too powerful, it would be better for the people challenged to just ignore him rather than having their ass kicked. 3-star glory plane it is, Yi Futian replied peacefully. Lord Luo did not say anything, but started looking at the young men in this room. 3-star glory plane was impressive for a boy his age, but not too rare for other young men attending the banquet. I accept your challenge. Someone stood up from his seat. It was the swordsman who responded. He was in the same plane as Yi Futian, a 3-star glory plane swordsman. Okay, just show us your best. You don't have to worry about damaging this place at all, Lord Luo told them. There were so many powerful people in this place that the audience would be well protected from the fight. Understood. The swordsman unsheathed his weapon and stepped toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian went back to his guqin and slowly sat down. The girls already evacuated the place for him. Since someone was insulting the Qin devil, he should absolutely defeat those people with the techniques he inherited from Hua Fenglu, which were the music spells. He started playing, and suddenly the room was full of a feeling of desolation. Some of the people soon felt as if they were brought to a state of illusion, where they were left alone in a deep woods in a mountain. That is a music spell. Some powerful people soon recognized what it was. The rainbow and feather garments he played were not injected with much mental power, so the effect was not truly strong. But since Yi Futian was being serious this time, the song was played with immense power of mental control. The swordsman also initiated his attack. He charged as fast as thunder toward Yi Futian. However, there was a continuous sound. It pierced through his eardrum with a magical power, and he was also drawn into the illusion. Now, he saw himself charging toward Yi Futian, but in the background was a cliff. He realized he had been mentally attacked. He soon ignited his blade with the fire element power he possessed. He jumped off into the air and came down with authority. His hands were holding the sword firmly, and the blade was pointed exactly at Yi Futian's forehead. Yi Futian suddenly sped up his fingers. His fingers were now insanely fast, and there was a dragon vaguely roaring in the song. Soon, he swung his hand towards his opponent, and the swordsman saw a dragon flying right at him. The dragon was not hurt by the blade at all, and totally engulfed his body in a second. In reality, people saw the swordsman suddenly stop his attack. He looked painful and desperate, and soon after, he fell onto the ground, severely injured. Yi Futian finished the last note of his song, and said peacefully, "You all insult my professor but can only train disciples at this level?" Chapter 57, The Battle of the Disciples. Chapter 57, The Battle of the Disciples. Yi Futian's words acted as a slap to the face. The people who had previously insulted Hua Fenglu were now fuming, their expressions dark. It was a palace celebration and the art saint was present. They had simply wanted to get on his good side by badmouthing his rival. They had never expected for the Qin devil's exceptionally gifted disciple to appear with a challenge. The young man sitting behind the Qin had clean, carefree eyes. Yunro and the other dancers stared at his back with infatuation. It turned out that the young Qin player was capable of shining so bright. Lin Xie and Xiao He could also feel Yi Futian's excellence. They were acquainted with the young man he had just defeated. The young man's skills were not lacking at all, but he was still defeated instantly by Yi Futian's musical spells. It was easy to see just how powerful Yi Futian was. Lin Xie thought, if it had been her up against him, the results would probably be the same. The venue fell into silence once again. Even though it was a simple challenge and did not seem to symbolize anything, the other youths knew better than to step up on a whim. Musical spells attacked the spirit and were extremely forceful. The young swordsman Yi Futian had just defeated was also a 3-starred glory-playing sorcerer, so his spirit was pretty strong, but he was injured by Yi Futian's musical spell even though he had yet to put in full force. This meant that any martial or divination art cultivators below the 3-starred glory plane should not even think about going up against Yi Futian. If your spirit was not strong enough, you would be immediately defeated by his musical spells. It seems like the Qin devil has a successor. Who else is willing to give it a go? Asked Lord Luo. His tone was still calm, but in his heart, he was very unhappy. Today was his birthday celebration, but his spotlight had been stolen by the Qin devil's disciple. If Yi Futian had been the disciple of a friend, it would have been better, but he was the disciple of the Qin devil. Since Lord Luo was good friends with the art saint, it was only natural that he did not like Hua Fenglu very much. Plus, what Yi Futian said before had offended many people, and all of these people were his guests. However, Yi Futian had been frank about his intentions from the beginning, which made it hard to pick any problems with him. After all, the group of elders could not blatantly pick on a youngster. Therefore, the best solution was to have Yi Futian be defeated by one of the young people present. "I'll go," someone uttered. From the crowd, an excited young man dressed in extravagant golden clothing came forth. His aura was remarkable. That's Futian. He's a thunder and fire bi-elemental sorcerer in the 4-starred glory plane, said someone in the crowd. Everyone looked at him with anticipation, especially the youngsters from the Luo Palace. The spirit of 4-starred glory plane cultivators was slightly stronger and should be able to withstand Futian's musical attacks. As long as the musical spells had no effect, Futian was defeated. Futian, 4-starred glory plane sorcerer, Futian introduced himself to Futian. Please, answered Futian, not losing his patience. As he invited Futian onto the makeshift battlefield, Futian lowered his head and his fingers began to stroke the chords once again, blocking out everyone else in his surroundings. The people frowned as they listened to him play. This time around, his music lacked the feeling from before. The notes seemed to be random, unable to form into a distinguishable piece. The demon flurry, a look of recognition was on the art saint's face. He was old rivals with Hua Fenglu and was therefore familiar with his attack pieces. The piece that Futian played before was the Tsongshan Dragon Chant, and this was the demon flurry. What seemed to be a disorganized piece was actually very powerful to deal with. Thunder and fire elemental spiritual qi erupted from Futian and it flowed around him as it harmonized with his spirit. The notes of Futian's qi continued to enter his ears. Futian grew increasingly agitated. He was unable to focus his spirit and he felt himself lose control of the spiritual qi as he attempted to gather it for a spell. In sorcery, it was essential for one's spirit to accurately and efficiently gather spiritual qi, or else the spells would never succeed. The crowd began to take notice of the strange scene. Futian continued to gather large amounts of spiritual qi but had yet to be able to form a spell. The spiritual qi continued to revolve around Futian in a violent manner. What's happening? The people were curious. Futian's musical spell seemed to only be affecting one person. The invisible sound waves were all focused in Futian's direction. The onlookers could only hear random chords being played, but Futian was able to hear the spirit-attacking piece of the demon flurry clearly. Futian remained in one spot. He looked terrible as the sweat ran down his face. Something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. The demon flurry did not attack directly, as the Tsongshan Dragon Chant did. Instead, it obstructed the release of the subject sorcery. This piece was a sorcerer's kryptonite. As Futian continued to play, it became increasingly difficult for Futian to focus his spirit. His will was weakening. This battle took such a large toll on him, like nothing he had ever experienced before, but at the same time, this was his first time going against a musical sorcerer. The results are clear. That's enough, said the art saint. His calm voice managed to carry great force, interrupting the music once again. Futian took his hands off the qi, looking as calm as ever. It was as if he had just played any old piece. On the other hand, Futian, who was still standing, looked as pale as a ghost. His body was shaking lightly, and he glared at Futian with burning rage. Futian had never been so humiliated before. Was that really a battle? From beginning to end, Futian did not get a single opportunity to make his move. He was trapped by the music. If they had continued, his spirit would have been depleted. The art saint looked at Futian. Hua Fenglu did not come back to Donghai City with his disciple as retirement plan. Step down, ordered Lord Luo when he saw that Futian had no intention of moving from his position. Futian was unwilling, but because Lord Luo said so, he backed down. His legs shook weakly beneath him as he walked away. He began to wonder, what would have happened if he gave up on gathering spiritual qi for a spell and chose to attack at close range instead. Futian regretted not trying. Futian remained seated and only stood when no one else came forward. To Lord Luo he said, "My deepest apologies for interrupting your birthday celebration. I only wish to punish these people for their disrespectful words towards my master. I will excuse myself now." "You already started your tantrum. Do you think you can just leave like this?" someone voiced coldly. Everyone turned their attention to the young man beside the art saint. Zhou Mu was shooting daggers at Yi Futian with his eyes. The art saint disabled the Qin devil years ago. Now, were their disciples going to recreate history? The youngsters in the crowd were excited. Only Zhou Mu could avenge them now. Yi Futian's musical sorcery was able to restrain both martial and divination art cultivators. "You want to duel?" asked Yi Futian. "Zhou Mu, 5-starred glory plane. I'm on a higher level than you and initially had no plans of challenging you, but seeing how arrogant you are, I can only step up to the plate." "Don't say that I'm bullying you," warned Zhou Mu. Then he stepped up and stood opposite of Yi Futian. Everyone had their eyes glued on the two young men. They sneered at Yi Futian. If they had simply let him go, not only the people who badmouthed Hua Fenglu, but all the youngsters present as well, would have felt utterly humiliated. Now that Zhou Mu was going to make his move, the results were set. Lin Siye was also looking at the two young men. Yi Futian's performance was very surprising, but his opponent this time was Zhou Mu. She really hoped that he would reject the challenge. Zhou Mu was at a higher level than Yi Futian and so, it would not be embarrassing for him to reject. "Then, let's fight." Just as Lin Siye was thinking, Yi Futian had already spoken. He returned to his seat once more. Hua Fenglu had his powers disabled by the art saint all those years ago, but Yi Futian was still not powerful enough to get revenge. However, fighting the art saint's disciple was something he could manage. Yi Futian sat down and the music started again. Zhou Mu bent down on the ground and drew with his hands. Spiritual qi gathered at his fingertips and was released to form a picture. It was a lifelike goshawk. He heard the notes that Yi Futian played but remained unaffected because he was a powerful 5-starred glory playing cultivator. His spirit was strong and therefore unaffected. Su Qing continued to draw. Not long after, he completed the goshawk and it soared through the sky and headed to attack Yi Futian. Bystanders were shocked. Su Qing's skills as a conjurer were too powerful. The pace at which Yi Futian played sped up. His fingers flew rapidly across the instruments, every note attacked the goshawk. This caused the goshawk's body to break down piece by piece, but because it felt no pain, the goshawk did not halt its attacks on Yi Futian. After a while, only half of the goshawk's body was left, but it still descended with talons ready to attack Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued to stroke at the cords and finally, the goshawk's body broke apart completely. Simultaneously, Yi Futian's qin broke apart as well. A gust of wind swept past. Yi Futian's clothes and hair danced in the wind. Vulnerable. The people were stunned by what happened and began commenting on Yi Futian's defeat. Zhou Mu was powerful indeed. Yi Futian was defeated as soon as he stepped in. Yi Futian was a musical sorcerer. How was he going to battle without a qin? Lin Xie sighed. Yi Futian was strong, but his opponent was the art saint's genius disciple. However, Yi Futian was unfazed. He had a silent epiphany. He finally understood why Hua Fenglu lost to the art saint. The creature created by Zhou Mu was unaffected by the sounds of the qin. After receiving multiple blows to its body, it continued to attack. It was all because it was lifeless, only controlled by the conjurer. Musical spells were able to restrain ordinary martial and divination art cultivators but were restrained by conjurers. It was also because of this that one blow from Zhou Mu, who was 2 levels higher than himself, destroyed his qin. "Is this all you've got?" Zhou Mu was throwing Yi Futian's words back at him. Zhou Mu stood in place with great pride. "Although I have master's guidance, I lack the gift and am still unable to learn the main points of musical sorcery," said Yi Futian. "And that's why musical sorcery is only my weakest link." Chapter 58. As soon as Yi Futian stopped talking, the people in the banquet room stopped smiling. Moments before, Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint, had accepted the Yi Futian challenge and even broke his guqin. People were about to latch on this chance and chastise Yi Futian in order to retrieve their dignity. However, even before they began, Yi Futian shocked them again with his overbearing statement. As soon as Yi Futian stopped talking, the people in the banquet room stopped smiling. Moments before, Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint, had accepted the Yi Futian challenge and even broke his guqin. People were about to latch on this chance and chastise Yi Futian in order to retrieve their dignity. However, even before they began, Yi Futian shocked them again with his overbearing statement. Musical sorcery was his worst talent. They had seen many people who were reluctant to admit defeat, but they now considered Yi Futian even worse, almost shameless. Yi Futian defeated 2 young geniuses with music spells, and successfully intimidated a lot of others. However, now he claimed that musical sorcery was his weakest skill. He was intentionally humiliating the young men at the banquet, suggesting that they were too lame to even compete with his worst skill. It almost seemed that he forgot the fact that his guqin had been broken within a second. The big chiefs in the room did not believe him either. He acted like his defeat had not happened. This was intolerable. Your instrument has been broken. How dare you keep talking like this? Show me what you got without your guqin, now. Su Qing was still mad that he did not get to beat up Yi Futian. He was a 4-star glory plane mage with double element talent, but he did not even get the chance to fight. This was something he felt very angry about. You are not good enough for me, Yi Futian said peacefully while walking toward Zhou Mu. Su Qing ignored his rejection. He stood up from his seat, and the spirit and qi around his body started to gather in a frenzy. Yi Futian stopped walking, and gave Su Qing a glance. He noticed that thunderbolts clashed around Su Qing, and rage was burning in his eyes. Su Qing believed his previous defeat only happened because his spell channeling had been interfered with by the music spell. Otherwise, Yi Futian would have been doomed. Thunder spell, the thunder vortex. All the thunderbolts converged over his body, and Su Qing almost looked like Thor's incarnate. Piercing lights were centered in his palm, and its power would be tremendous. However, Yi Futian started smiling. He also reached out his hands, and suddenly, there were also thunderbolts converging into his palm. Soon, there was a whirl of thunder that formed a sphere in his right hand. I can do that too. Yi Futian sounded peaceful. People were so shocked that 2 boys were channeling the same spell. Even though Yi Futian was in the lower plane, the thunderbolts in his palm were actually more converged than those Su Qing's palm. It actually indicated that Yi Futian possessed a higher level of control over this spell than Su Qing did. Su Qing was extremely embarrassed. It was considered an utter humiliation to counter the attack of one's opponent with the same spell. Charge! Yi Qing cast his vortex toward Yi Futian. The thunderbolts were so fast that they would pierce through Yi Futian's body in a second. Su Qing did not stop there. He started converging the fire element to initiate the following spell. As a double-element mage, he was good at spell combos. However, Yi Futian easily dodged the thunder vortex. He started charging towards Su Qing, carrying his own thunder vortex in his palm. This spell was supposed to be a ranged attack, but Yi Futian transformed it into melee range. Yi Futian almost teleported across the space between them, and he appeared right in front of Su Qing without leaving him any time to react. Su Qing's body was frozen. Yi Futian was looking at Su Qing directly in the eye. His palm was so close to his body that Su Qing was just several centimeters away from death. He realized that Yi Futian was showering him with mercy. Are we done? Yi Futian dispelled his attack, then turned around and kept walking to Zhou Mu, leaving Su Qing behind him, dumbfounded. He walked and talked in such a peaceful manner that people even somehow started to respect him. He defeated Su Qing, a powerful mage, with the exact same spell. How incredible was that? Was it true that musical sorcery was his weakest ability? As a disciple of the Qing devil, was he still hiding more unknown power from everybody? Yi Futian stopped in front of Zhou Mu. He laughed and challenged Zhou Mu, Yi Futian, 3-star glory plane. Please show me your ways. People knew he was doing this intentionally. They already knew his plane. He made this introduction only to agitate Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu ignored this provocation. The spirit and qi started converging in his body. He drew something in the air with his hand, and people noticed it was a sharp sword. The sword was made of gold element qi in the universe. Zhou Mu is serious. The audience was curious about how Yi Futian would finally be defeated by a real genius. Zhou Mu suddenly launched his attack. The sword aimed right at Yi Futian's throat, and it was flying really fast. Yi Futian also made a quick reaction. He leaned to his left, and the sword missed him by such a narrow margin that it actually cut off several of his hairs. What? Yi Futian sensed danger coming from behind. After missing the first strike, the sword turned around and flew back at him. However, meanwhile, another sword was approaching from the opposite direction. With a single stroke, swords were created endlessly. Controlling the swords with mental power? Yi Futian was shocked at this ability. Invoker and musical sorcerer had the similar abilities in mental control. Yi Futian summoned a terrifying gold element storm around his body to protect himself. The barrier was a dark gold, almost like a solid armor. When the swords connected with the barrier, rather than breaking through, they were absorbed by the armor. Since Zhou Mu was summoning hundreds of swords, each individual sword did not contain power strong enough to break through the barrier. But the quantity was just so immense. The swords Zhou Mu summoned were arranged into rows. Hundreds of swords hung all around the barrier Yi Futian summoned, not attacking. Zhou Mu was obviously looking for a weak spot to concentrate his attack. Meanwhile, he kept summoning more and more swords into the fight. Yi Futian believed he must act now to grab the upper hand. He suddenly came out of the barrier and appeared before Zhou Mu with wind element power. He realized that as the disciple of the art saint, Zhou Mu was a perfect invoker. However, he seemed to be really weak at martial arts. Melee ranged attack might provide a good opportunity for Yi Futian. Countless swords suddenly started moving and chasing after him again. Several of them were deployed around Zhou Mu's body as defense mechanism. They were forming an array to intercept Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian slid through the defense, and kept approaching Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu also knew melee range was his weak spot. He initiated a wind element spell to drive his body away from Yi Futian. The array of swords moved with him. As Yi Futian approached, the swords kept attacking him continuously. Zhou Mu was trying to block every possible route for Yi Futian. Yi Futian finally became impatient. He stopped dodging, and formed the golden armor around his body again. With the swords continuously crushing the armor, cracks started to show, and the armor finally shattered into pieces. However, a pair of wings appeared on his back. The golden wings covered his body from the swords, and he almost reached the melee range of Zhou Mu. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu had also finished his final summoning. He summoned a demon lion with wings on its back. In fact, people had never seen a demon lion like this. This monster was only made real because Zhou Mu was such a powerful invoker that he was able to inject his creation into form without being limited by reality. The demon lion pounced on Yi Futian. People were shocked at how Zhou Mu kept summoning different forms of monsters by drawing. His incomparable mental power made it possible for a sorcerer to block a warrior outside his melee range. When the demon lion almost reached his body, Yi Futian finally released his natal spirit, the divine rock. He decided not to hide this ability anymore because he had already released the rock in Donghai Academy. A mandate sorcerer. People were surprised and awed. The divine rock was made of wind and gold element powers. However, Yi Futian was also a musical sorcerer. People were curious where that power of mental control came from. It obviously did not belong to the divine rock. A gold and gray storm consisting of both gold and wind elements converged around his body. Soon, he jumped into the air, and the speed he showed obviously came from the wind element spell. Yi Futian became the incarnate of divine rock himself. The divine rock crashed with the demon lion in the air, and it generated a strong shock wave, knocking over many desks. While people opened their eyes again after the shock wave, they noticed that the demon lion failed. The momentum of divine rock tore the lion into pieces of spirit and chi, which soon disappeared in the space. The audience lost any previous estimation of how powerful Yi Futian was supposed to be. He was a musical sorcerer, a multi-element, a mandate sorcerer, and a warrior. He even had such a powerful natal spirit. It seemed as if he had no weak spots at all. No wonder he said musical sorcery was his weak link. He had not been lying. Lin Xie was astonished. She never imagined that the pretty boy she met would soon unveil his disguise and show how powerful he was. Nanda Wenshan felt a little bit frustrated. Now it was apparent that the disciple of the Qing devil was more talented than the disciple of the art saint. The only reason Zhou Mu did not lose the fight in an embarrassing way was because he was still in the higher plane. That's all you got? You are in the higher plane than I am. Yi Futian laughed at Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu was seriously pissed off, and decided to release his own natal spirit. The natal spirit was a shadow with the eyes of Satan. Evil mental power was permeating around Zhou Mu. Yi Futian recognized this natal spirit. It was a mind-controlling natal spirit, and Yi Futian believed there was quite a lot of similarities between this one and the Eyes of Storm he possessed. Yi Futian was about to turn to the audience and announce that the fight was over. However, he suddenly perceived Zhou Mu's natal spirit. But it was too late. The mental power pierced into his mind, and somehow started warning him. Chapter 59, Yi Futian froze, conscious of the force of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was an invisible force. If a powerful cultivator in the arcana plane made a move with the energy, it was definitely possible for it to go unnoticed by others. Yi Futian froze, conscious of the force of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was an invisible force. If a powerful cultivator in the arcana plane made a move with the energy, it was definitely possible for it to go unnoticed by others. That's enough. Go home, a low voice resonated in his mind. It was hard to tell who the voice belonged to, but it did not seem to mean any harm. The voice only wanted to persuade him to stop here. In reality, Yi Futian had already announced his leave after defeating Su Qing, but Zhou Mu stepped up, so he could only continue to fight. Hua Fenglu once lost to the art saint and even had his life spirit disabled. Then today, people insulted him. The art saint's disciple made the first move and went as far as destroying the guqin that Yi Futian played. He could not just walk away after defeat. How would that reflect on Hua Fenglu? That was the reason for his attacks on Zhou Mu. Just as Yi Futian was deep in thought, Zhou Mu had completed yet another drawing. This time, it was a large golden dragon, ferocious and arrogant. The golden dragon revolved around Zhou Mu's being. The energy from his life spirit rushed out in a crazed manner and descended on the dragon. It was as if a real dragon was present. Those that were shocked by Yi Futian were now in awe because of Zhou Mu. He was even more intimidating since he was going all in. Yi Futian showed no expression. A wild force of spiritual qi gathered in his body and formed a golden rock. He flew into the sky and shined brighter than anything else. At this point, Yi Futian's only option was to fight until the end. However, he still appreciated the voice for warning him. Zhou Mu and Yi Futian moved at the same time. The golden dragon and the golden rock were about to collide. The spiritual qi in the atmosphere went wild and the skies began to change color. High-level cultivators at the venue joined hands to create a force field to block out the powerful energy given off by Yi Futian and Zhou Mu's attacks. Just then, Yi Futian felt another force of spiritual energy invade his mind. This time, there were no warnings, but a direct attack. Yi Futian felt a stabbing pain, then his nerves began to grow numb, almost like he was about to lose all his senses. Just as he was approaching Zhou Mu, Yi Futian lost control of the flow of spiritual qi. Boom! A loud crash. Yi Futian had no idea where the attack came from, but after he was attacked, his own attack on Zhou Mu was weakened by a significant amount. The golden dragon imploded, Zhou Mu and Yi Futian retreated at the same time. All of these events happened in the span of minutes. When Yi Futian landed on the ground, he felt no anger, but smiled instead. There were a lot of important people present at today's celebration. It was only natural that they could not put down their pride to intrude in a battle between two youngsters, but if they couldn't do it blatantly, they could do it in secret. Looks like the first voice that warned him knew that this would happen. Who was it that warned him? And who was it that attacked him? Obviously, Yi Futian was not dumb enough to reveal that he had been attacked. His attacker was most likely looking for an excuse to put him in his place. If he were to come out and accuse of the high authority figures, then they would have a legitimate reason to get rid of Yi Futian. Thank you for this experience. Yi Futian smiled. However, he was not looking at Zhou Mu when he said this, but to the group of VIPs. His attacker would understand what he meant. I have unwillingly disturbed your celebration, Lord Luo. I am grateful for your understanding. If you'll excuse me, I shall be on my way now. Yi Futian smiled as he bowed and turned to leave. He didn't not want to fight any longer. His attack had already resorted to this method. If Yi Futian did not stop the battle, he would only be at a disadvantage. The battle isn't over. Are you really leaving? Zhou Mu shouted at Yi Futian's back. He seemed to have gained quite a bit of confidence. Zhou Mu, that's enough, said the art saint. Zhou Mu was stunned, but when he recovered, he spoke again. If the opportunity ever comes again, we shall finish where we left off. At that time, I will be sure to give it my all. Sure. Today is Lord Luo's celebration, so I didn't want to cause too much of a ruckus. Therefore, I only used about 50% of my power. When we battle again, you'll see what I'm talking about, said Yi Futian as he continued on his way out of the palace. His words piqued Zhou Mu's interest. Yi Futian was able to drive him to a breaking point, but now he said that he was only using half of his powers. Shameless. Maniac. Everyone began voicing their opinions of Yi Futian. Somebody tried to brown-nose the art saint once again. The art saint was nice enough to let him go without making him look bad after being defeated by Zhou Mu. How dare he say such ridiculous things? Absolutely preposterous. That shameless bastard. The insults continued around the venue. Zhou Mu's performance was fascinating. He is definitely fitting as your disciple, Brother Hua, complimented Lord Luo. Many people agreed with him, but the high-powered people present knew even though Zhou Mu was able to fend off Yi Futian's attack towards the end, there was no telling how things would have ended had they continued their battle. Plus, Zhou Mu was 2 levels above Yi Futian. His victory in this battle was nothing to brag about. Xia Fan did not look too good. He realized that he never got to know Yi Futian. His extraordinary gifts would explain why Hua Fenglu was willing to take him in as a disciple and even went crazy to try to save him. Yi Futian had to be rid of as soon as possible. He could not be allowed to keep growing stronger. At the party venue, besides the rivalry between the art saint and Yi Futian's master, the Guqin devil, nobody had anything against Yi Futian himself. Even if they had been humiliated by him today, it could not be considered a bloody feud. Therefore, they had no need to be wary of Yi Futian. However, it was different for Xia Yan. If he allowed Yi Futian to keep getting stronger, Yi Futian would definitely try to kill him. I never expected Yi Futian to be able to withstand a battle with Zhou Mu. He is pretty gifted. No wonder the Guqin devil took him as a disciple. When I was in the city of Qingzhou, I even saw him flirting with Hua Jieyu. The two of them seemed to have an extraordinary relationship. I'm afraid she has fallen victim to his lies. Yi Futian harbors bad intentions, said Xia Fan. His words drew everyone's attention. It was obvious that Xia Fan had something against Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu is the little princess of the Nandu family, and from what everyone said, has an excellent gift. Brother Nandu, you should keep an eye out, said Lord Luo. Nandu Wenshan looked at Lord Luo and said, thank you for your advice, but Hua Jieyu was in Qingzhou city cultivating under her father's guidance and Yi Futian is his disciple. It's only natural that they will be in good relations with one another. However, I will still remember to have a talk with her. I'm sure that you will come to your own conclusions, nodded Lord Luo. Beside him, the art saint was in deep thought. After a while, he spoke up. Yi Futian did not come to convey his blessings. If my predictions are correct, he came because Lord Luo could heal Hua Fengliu's injury. Lord Luo was stunned. You're saying that he originally wanted to come and ask me to heal his master? That's right, nodded the art saint. He thought back at home. Yi Futian stood up to the people who insulted Hua Fengliu and could not help but say, Hua Fengliu choose a good disciple. The art saint personally complimented Yi Futian. Nobody knew what to say to that. Zhou Mu, head to Donghai Academy's School of the Emperor's Star tomorrow, the art saint said suddenly. His voice was calm, as if he knew that just one word could get Zhou Mu into the school without testing. In addition, none of the high-powered authorities thought that this was strange. On the contrary, it seemed like such a normal thing. Even the elder from the Emperor's Star School did not seem to have a problem with this. Yi Futian would have never seen this coming. Okay, Zhou Mu nodded. Hua Jieyu of the Nanif family was also in the Emperor's Star School. Also, Yi Futian attended Donghai Academy as well. A big congratulation to the School of the Emperor's Star for gaining yet another spectacular student. Lord Luo smiled at the elder. Lin Siya observed everything in silence. Yi Futian's handsome figure appeared in her mind. That reckless fellow had no idea of the relationship between the Emperor's Star School, the art saint, and Lord Luo. It was a good thing that he was clever. Although he was reckless, he was also careful. He did not do or say anything that could be used to threaten him in the future. Although a public setting such as this could not be considered dangerous, it seemed like Yi Futian had already made some enemies. The celebration continued but could not return to the atmosphere at the beginning of the event. Lord Luo was supposed to be the only star of the night. However, his spotlight was stolen by Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian was headed back to Donghai Academy mounted on the Black Wind Eagle. The wind blowing on him cleared his mind as well. He knew clearly that his actions today were reckless, but he could not bear to watch as the art saint received everyone's respect, and his disciple flooded with compliments, while Hua Fengliu was disabled and insulted to make the art saint look better. I'm afraid I've offended some people today, Yi Futian muttered. He must be careful from now on. Especially around Xia Fan. Yi Futian knew that after the battle, Xia Fan was definitely going to try to kill him. As for the others, they may worry about their reputation and therefore not be able to take care of Yi Futian personally, but that did not mean they wouldn't try to operate in the shadows. This point was evident when he was attacked during the battle against Zhou Mu. The person who attacked me is either the art saint or Lord Luo, Yi Futian thought to himself. They were both sorcerers of the spirit element. And the person who gave me that warning was most likely the elder from the School of the Emperor's Star, Yi Futian analyzed. When Yi Futian got back to Donghai Academy, many people stared at him. He was becoming more and more well-known around campus. However, Yi Futian paid them no attention and continued on his way. It was then that several people came up and blocked his path. Yi Futian, said the leader of the pack. Yes. Yi Futian had never seen this person before. Jing Yang of the School of the Flirting Star wishes to challenge you. Why do you keep avoiding it? Asked the person. Yi Futian looked at the person in front of him and thought of how stupid this was. He did not want to acknowledge them and so, he chose to escape from the side. When you said you didn't have time, it was just a poor excuse, wasn't it? You only got accepted into the School of the Finance Star because you defeated students from our school. Are you scared now that you got into the academy? Is this who you really are? Don't you think you're disgracing your school? The person continued to pester Yi Futian. There were many onlookers at this point. Yi Futian stopped in place. With his back still facing the students of the Flirting Star School, he said, I'm not in a good mood right now, so you better shut up and stop trying to pick a fight with me, or else you'll regret it. Finishing what he had to said, Yi Futian was ready to walk away again, but the person would not take no for an answer. He laughed and said, You're really opening my eyes to something new. I've never met a person who can be so thick-skinned after being too chicken to battle. The foot that Yi Futian picked up to leave was placed on the ground once again. Everyone watched as he turned around with a bright big smile and said, "Tell Jing Yang, I will be waiting for him here."